Chapter 1162. The moment Qin Feiyang returned, the imperial capital was in turmoil. Not only were the people from the imperial palace looking for him, his former friends were also looking for him. But no one knew where he went, and no one saw him. It was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. Imperial City. The 10th district. This district was rather backward, and the environment was also very poor. The cultivation of the people here did not surpass the War Master, but it was very simple. In a secluded alley, there was a shabby tavern located here. The tavern was very simple and crude, with only 3 or 4 tables. The business was also very calm, with only 2 tables of guests drinking and chatting. There were 6 hunters at one table, all of whom looked middle-aged and had many scars on their bodies. They ate meat and drank wine in large mouthfuls, looking very forthright. What was different from them was that there were only 2 guests at the table beside them. These 2 people were also middle-aged men, but they were very quiet and only drank silently. The wine was very bitter, but if one tasted it carefully, they would be able to taste something different from the bitterness. This taste was tranquility. Although the 6 hunters beside him were very noisy, Qin Feiyang's heart was especially peaceful. That's right. These 2 silent big men were Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei. Big news, big news. After a while, another man dressed in hunter attire ran into the tavern in a hurry. He also looked middle-aged, but he was relatively thin, and there was a sense of competence between his eyebrows. What big news? The 6 hunters who were drinking put down their wine jars and turned their heads to look at him curiously. Obviously, they were all acquaintances. The skinny man said, "I just received news that Qin Feiyang has returned, and even destroyed the throne room in front of His Majesty and the Imperial Advisor." What? Is this kid crazy? What kind of place is the throne room? He dares to destroy it. Isn't he courting death? Is His Majesty very angry now? The 6 hunters were shocked. Yes, he's furious. He even issued a bounty. Anyone who sees Qin Feiyang will be rewarded with a sacred artifact and free entry into the Imperial Palace's martial arts treasury 3 times. If you can take Qin Feiyang's head, you will be conferred the title of Marquis. The skinny man said, his eyes filled with desire. Conferred Marquis. The 6 hunters were dumbfounded. The tavern owner and waiter were also dumbfounded. Crack. But at the same time, the sound of a wine glass breaking could be heard. The skinny man and the others all looked at Qin Feiyang, only to see that the wine cup in Qin Feiyang's hand had already shattered into pieces. Yan Wei hurriedly got up and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry. My brother has suffered some setbacks recently and is in a bad mood. We will compensate according to the price later." When the tavern owner heard this, he waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's fine. It's fine. It's just a wine cup. Give him another one." The waiter next to him nodded and took out a new wine glass. He brought it to Qin Feiyang and comforted him, "Big brother, there's nothing you can't overcome in this world. Take it easy." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang also realized that he had lost his composure. He looked up at the waiter and smiled. "I'm fine. Although you are all unfamiliar faces, it's fate that brought you together. If you want to drink in the future, feel free to come here. Although our tavern is small and crude, as long as you name a dish, we can make it for you. The most important person is that we have a lot of human kindness here." The waiter smiled. Human kindness. Qin Feiyang whispered and looked at the waiter with a smile. "If there's a chance, I'll definitely come here often." "Alright, you guys continue." The waiter smiled and ran away. The hunters talked about the conferred marquis again. The tavern owner and the waiter also chimed in from time to time. Yan Wei glanced at them and picked up the wine jug. While pouring wine for Qin Feiyang, he asked through voice transmission, "What does conferred marquis mean?" Qin Feiyang raised his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. He secretly explained, the Grand Qin Empire has a total of 100 martial marquises, and every single martial marquis possesses extraordinary power and status. Yan Wei curiously asked, then how high is their status? Qin Feiyang said, according to the words of the mortal world, below one person and above all others. Yan Wei's body stiffened. In order to hunt down Qin Feiyang, the emperor actually gave out such conditions. No wonder Qin Feiyang lost his composure. Yan Wei raised his wine cup and smiled, come, today I'll accompany you until we're drunk. He was a rough person and didn't know how to comfort Qin Feiyang. So he could only accompany Qin Feiyang to drink to his heart's content. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and shook his head, this blow is nothing to me. And now is not the time to get drunk. Are you really okay? Yan Wei looked at him doubtfully. Qin Feiyang laughed, do I look like a weak person to you? Yan Wei looked at him seriously for a moment and shook his head with a smile, you don't. Then that's incredible. The question I'm thinking about now is, where did Mu Tianyang go? Qin Feiyang drank his wine and frowned. Yan Wei pondered for a moment and thought, could this be a pretense? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked telepathically, what do you mean? What I mean is, he might have guessed that we would follow him, so he deliberately went to Butterfly Valley and left some clues, making us mistakenly think that he went to the Forgotten Continent and the imperial capital. And in reality, he might still be in the spiritual state. Yan Wei thought to himself. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of that? As the previous emperor, Mu Tianyang was wise and astute, so he definitely wouldn't let others easily grasp his whereabouts. Perhaps, this really was a pretense. Buzz. At this moment, the image crystal in Qin Feiyang's arms rang. Qin Feiyang frowned. Who would send him a message at this time? Now that he was in the imperial capital, the people of the 9 continents and the Forgotten Continent couldn't send him a message. It could only be someone in the imperial capital. And although in the imperial capital, anyone who had established a contract bridge with him had a close relationship with him, at this time, he had to be cautious. So he was hesitating. Phew. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, took out a dozen gold coins, put them on the table, and was about to get up and leave. But the conversation between the hunters, the tavern owner, and the waiter piqued his interest. The waiter asked, do you think Qin Feiyang will be caught this time? For a moment, the tavern owner and the hunters fell silent. Qin Feiyang didn't pay any attention to the trembling image crystal. He looked at them with great interest. A moment later, the tavern owner shook his head and said, actually, it's obvious that the people of the imperial palace won't be able to catch him. Qin Feiyang was stunned, got up and walked over, smiled and said, why do you say so? If Qin Feiyang is really so easy to catch, he wouldn't have escaped so many times in the past. Moreover, when he destroyed the throne room, His Majesty and the imperial advisor were both present, but they still let him escape, not to mention that he has now escaped from the imperial palace. Although I haven't seen Qin Feiyang, I have heard a lot of rumors about him. His current strength can't confront the imperial palace head-on, but in terms of means, I reckon that no one in the imperial palace can compete with him. The tavern owner chuckled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He didn't expect that in the eyes of these ordinary people, he would have such a high opinion of him. Bill. Qin Feiyang put the gold coins in his hand on the table. The tavern owner glanced at the gold coins, there were more than a dozen, and hurriedly said, that's too much. Qin Feiyang and the waiter drank 2 pots of wine. And these 2 pots of wine were just ordinary spirits, worth a few silver coins at most. Qin Feiyang glanced at the hunters and said with a smile, it's okay, just treat it as my treat. Then, he opened the portal and left with Yan Wei. In the tavern, several people looked at each other, then shook their heads and laughed, and whispered again. Outside the city. Black Dragon Pool. The image crystal had stopped vibrating. However, he was waiting. If the person who sent him a message before really had something to ask him, then he would definitely continue to send him a message later. Sure enough. In less than 100 breaths, the image crystal vibrated again. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. Buzz! An illusory figure appeared. It was a woman in white, with an exquisite figure, fluttering black hair, exquisite facial features, and smooth skin. She could be called a peerless beauty. Sister. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled slightly. That's right. This woman was Ren Wushuang. Feiyang. Seeing Qin Feiyang, Ren Wushuang was also very excited. Qin Feiyang said self-reproachfully, Sister, I'm sorry to have made you worry. Ren Wushuang said angrily, Silly boy, what's the relationship between us? Why are you apologizing to me? Qin Feiyang felt warm in his heart and asked, How is the old man now? Ren Wushuang said, Grandpa is very good, but he often misses you and wants to see you. I'm sorry, I haven't visited you since I came back. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said. He treated Ren Wushuang as his own sister, and he also treated the old man as his own grandfather. So when he heard this, he felt guilty. It's okay, because we all know that you have no choice now, and you don't want to implicate us. Grandpa and I don't ask for much, as long as you're fine. Ren Wushuang said with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's mood became even more depressed. Ren Wushuang sighed and said with a smile, Guo Feiyang, there's someone who wants to talk to you. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked up at Ren Wushuang and asked, Who is it? Me. An old man walked to Ren Wushuang's side and entered Qin Feiyang's sight. Old Qin. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and said angrily, I'm telling you, if you dare to hurt her, I won't let you go. Old Qin said, If I really wanted to hurt her, do you think you would have a chance to see her now? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, Come to the Black Dragon Pool, I'll wait for you here. Okay. Old Qin nodded and immediately opened the portal and walked in. Ren Wushuang asked with concern, Feiyang, will you be okay? Qin Feiyang smiled and comforted, Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Take care of yourselves. Okay. You too. Ren Wushuang said. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned off the image crystal. Just as the image crystal was turned off, a figure descended from the void in front of them. It was old Qin. Chapter 1163. But old man Qin did not release his majesty. In order to eliminate Qin Feiyang's vigilance, he did not even take a step closer. However, Qin Feiyang did not let down his guard because of this. He asked, This time you came to me on behalf of the emperor or yourself? This old man. Old man Qin said. Qin Feiyang said, I don't remember any interaction between us before. Not before, but it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. Old man Qin smiled faintly and asked, The person who entered the capital with the deputy commander last time should be you, right? Qin Feiyang nodded. Old man Qin said, Do you remember the question this old man asked you at that time? Qin Feiyang said, Of course I remember, you were asking the imperial preceptor. Old man Qin nodded and said, Yes, this old man wants to know, what do you think of the imperial preceptor? Qin Feiyang was silent. Old man Qin said, There is no one else here, you can speak freely. Qin Feiyang said, Will you believe what I say? Old man Qin said, This old man will think carefully. Qin Feiyang said, The imperial preceptor is a malignant tumor, his existence will only threaten the great Qin Empire. Old man Qin's eyes flashed. Qin Feiyang asked, Do you know why he deliberately killed me? Why? Old man Qin asked. To snatch the castle and Chang Shui. And every time he came to kill me, he hid it from the emperor. What does this mean? This means that he wants to take the castle and Chang Shui for himself. One more thing, the new commander of the Invincible Black Army is the confidant of the imperial preceptor. Qin Feiyang said. What? Old man Qin's eyes trembled. Although Qin Feiyang's words were not very obvious, he had already noticed what Qin Feiyang wanted to say. Forming a clique for personal gain and harboring evil intentions. Qin Feiyang said, "Is there anything else you want to know?" Old Qin asked, "Is the matter of Mu Tianyang true?" "Absolutely. Before I came to the imperial capital, I even fought with him." Qin Feiyang said. "Fight?" Old man Qin frowned. One had to know that Mu Tianyang was the previous emperor. With Qin Feiyang's strength, if they really fought, how could he survive? Qin Feiyang said, "There are too many things between Mu Tianyang and I, so I can't explain it all at once. I can only tell you that his cultivation is not as good as before. If you want to get rid of him, you have to do it now." "Are you sure?" Old Qin asked. It was not that he did not trust Qin Feiyang, but this matter was too outrageous. As early as more than 10,000 years ago, Mu Tianyang had died in the hands of the previous emperor. How could he suddenly jump out? Qin Feiyang said, "It's up to you to believe it or not." Looking at Qin Feiyang, old Qin did not speak for a long time. He wanted to find something in Qin Feiyang's expression. But in the end, he did not find any trace of deception. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "Then what are you going to do next?" "I'm going to track Mu Tianyang. The great Qin Empire is the blood and sweat of my ancestors. I will not let it be destroyed in someone's hands," Qin Feiyang said firmly. This someone was naturally referring to the current emperor. Old Qin took a deep look at Qin Feiyang and sighed, "If this is true, then it's really hard for you." Qin Feiyang said, "I just want to have a clear conscience." "What a good, clear conscience. How good would it be if you and your father didn't fight to this extent?" Old Qin sighed. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "I've already said that we are no longer father and son. So in the future, please don't let me hear such words again." Old Qin shook his head and sighed, "Fine, this old man will believe you for the time being. Go ahead and do what you want. But it's best if you can get the evidence back. At that time, this old man can tell His Majesty. After all, with your current relationship, no matter what you say, His Majesty won't believe you. Of course, if this old man finds out that you're lying to me, this old man won't let you off." Old Qin said. "Time will prove everything," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "It's best if that's the case." Old Qin nodded and waved his hand. A wisp of blood-red aura rushed out from the top of his head and condensed into a blood-red figure. Whether it was the figure or the appearance, this figure was exactly the same as Old Qin. "This is a strand of my killing intent. It can display my peak strength and save your life at a critical moment. But remember, this strand of killing intent can only be used once," Old Qin warned. Old Qin was a false god. With his strand of killing intent, it was equivalent to having a life-saving talisman. This kind of thing, for anyone, was a once-in-a-lifetime good thing. However, Qin Feiyang was hesitant. Although he was still unable to understand the existence of a false god, he had some understanding of it from the ancient books. Usually, whether it was the killing intent or the clone, it was related to the original body. For example, now that Old Qin gave him a strand of killing intent, then after he left, Old Qin could follow this strand of killing intent to chase his location. In short, no matter where he went, Old Qin would be able to find him in the end. In other words, this strand of killing intent was not only a life-saving talisman, but also a time bomb that could take his life at any time. For him, this might not be a good thing. As if seeing Qin Feiyang's concern, Old Qin smiled faintly, "You are really cautious, but don't worry, this old man has already cut off the connection with this strand of killing intent. In other words, it is now an independent existence and has nothing to do with this old man." Hearing this, Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief and calmly accepted this strand of killing intent. Whoosh! The strand of killing intent turned into a bloody light and rushed into Qin Feiyang's qi sea, floating in the middle of it. Old Qin said, "Let's go, this old man will send you to the pagoda." Qin Feiyang said, "No need, I can leave the imperial capital by myself." "You can leave." This time, it was Old Qin who was stunned. But he didn't ask much and said, then take care of yourself. Today, we met here and said these words, can be regarded as a little secret between the two of us. Don't mention it to anyone. Qin Feiyang nodded. Old man Qin smiled and opened the portal. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and said, now that you have helped me without telling the emperor and the state preceptor, you should have noticed something. Yes. This old man smells a conspiracy. Old Qin nodded and whispered, and then entered the portal without looking back. It seems that the imperial capital is not full of idiots. After old Qin left, Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. But before his voice fell, he suddenly thought of something, his body trembled, and his eyes lit up. Haha, saying that others are idiots, but in fact, I am the biggest idiot. All of a sudden. He looked up to the sky and laughed, his face was full of ridicule. This was self-deprecating. After a long time, he calmed down, walked to the edge of the cliff, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. Everything about Mu Tianyang and the Mu family appeared in his mind one by one. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, a whole day passed. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes, 2 rays of light burst out. I think this should be the answer. He muttered to himself, got up, and took out the image crystal. After a while, a white-robed man materialized out of nowhere. It was Lu Xingqian. Brother Qin, are you looking for me to drink? Lu Xingqian smiled and greeted. Qin Feiyang smiled, yes, come to the Black Dragon Pool, let's get drunk today. He was also very friendly. Lu Xingqian was stunned, and nodded, okay, wait for me, I'll be right there. After saying that, the shadow dissipated. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal, stood on the edge of the cliff, with his hands behind his back, and glanced at the mountains below. A shocking cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Time passed by breath. About 10 breaths later, Lu Xingqian appeared out of thin air above the Black Dragon Pool. When he found Qin Feiyang, he landed beside Qin Feiyang with a smile on his face. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lu Xingqian smiled. It's okay. Qin Feiyang shook his head, but he still looked down at the mountains below, not looking at Lu Xingqian. Lu Xingqian was stunned, but he didn't seem to take it to heart. He glanced at Qin Feiyang's feet and said suspiciously, didn't you say we'll get drunk? Why don't I see any wine? Qin Feiyang said, it won't be too late for us to drink after we're done with other things. What things? Lu Xingqian was suspicious. Back then, you died in the inner hall, but not long after, you came back from the dead. Why is that? This question has been bothering me for a long time. I thought I would only know the truth when you took the initiative to tell me. But when I saw Ren Duxing yesterday, I finally had an answer in my heart. Qin Feiyang said. What answer? Lu Xingqian asked with a smile. Whether it was their tone or their expressions, they were very calm, as if they were discussing a very ordinary matter. Possession. The current you is no longer the real Lu Xingqian. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingqian's pupils shrank, and he asked curiously, then tell me, who am I? You've told me twice that you were a true war god in the past. A real god of war. This level of existence has far surpassed the false god level. Since ancient times, there have been very few of them. So, you should also be Mu Tianyang. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang. Lu Xingqian was slightly taken aback, and he asked in confusion, how could I be him? Yes, I really didn't expect you to be him. Qin Feiyang nodded, and the hidden cold light in his eyes suddenly burst out. At the same time, he suddenly turned around, grabbed Lu Xingqian's neck, and shook his head. Don't play dumb with me. If you are not Mu Tianyang, why would Mu Qin come to you? If you are not Mu Tianyang, why would you have a space divine item? Puchi. After saying that, he tore apart Lu Xingqian's clothes, and saw that there was a dark gold potential mark on Lu Xingqian's chest. The potential mark of the 6th level was dark gold. This meant that Lu Xingqian, like him, had opened the door of the 6th level of potential. Qin Feiyang saw the potential mark, and his eyes became even more aggressive. He asked, "If you are not Mu Tianyang, then how did you open the door of potential?" Lu Xingqian silently looked at Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, he smiled, shook his head, and said in confusion, "I thought that I had done it flawlessly, but how did you know that I am Mu Tianyang?" One sentence. In the land of ruins, I asked Ren Duxing, no, he should be called Mu Tianyang now. I asked him, since he had already found the divine bone of his life, why did he still want to occupy Ren Duxing's body? He told me that he wanted to become stronger. I didn't know how he could become stronger by doing this. But his words made me think of you. How could a person who had been buried in the ground come back to life? The only explanation is that he had taken over. Of course, just based on this point, I can't conclude that you are Mu Tianyang. Chapter 1164. What other factors are there? Lu Xingqian asked with a smile. The biggest factor is your cultivation, Yi Ziqian said. Your cultivation has improved so fast that I can't help but suspect that you have also opened the door of potential. Sure enough. You have opened the 6th level. Another factor is Mu Qing. He personally admitted that the Mu family is the descendant of Mu Tianyang. And Mu Qing repeatedly came to you and was very respectful to you. What does this mean? You should know that Mu Qing has opened the all-seeing eye and has an extraordinary position in the Mu family. It can even be said that he is the spokesperson of the Mu family. If even he respects you so much, who do you think you are if not Mu Tianyang? Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingqian shook his head and smiled. Your analysis is so reasonable that I can't find a reason to quibble. But speculation is just speculation. I know you won't admit it, so I have prepared a big gift for you. Qin Feiyang laughed and let go of Lu Xingqian. With a wave of his hand, Mu Qing appeared out of thin air. Looking at Mu Qing, who was covered in bruises and dripping with blood, Lu Xingqian's pupils suddenly shrank. Qin Feiyang stepped on Mu Qing and looked at Lu Xingqian with a smile. I just want to ask you, do you want him to live? Mu Qing roared, bastard, kill me if you want, don't humiliate me. Lu Xingqian looked at Mu Qing, who was struggling desperately, in silence. The all-seeing eye has the ability to spy on all things. Such a fighting soul must be extremely rare. Even in today's world, Mu Qing may be the only one who has such a fighting soul. I think you have high expectations for him. You must be planning to focus on training him. But if he dies here today, then your expectations will be disappointed. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Lu Xingqian raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes flickering. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, we've known each other for so many years. You should know my character, so don't doubt that I dare to kill him. Alas! Lu Xingqian sighed helplessly. He looked at Mu Qing and asked, why are you looking for him? This, he naturally referred to Qin Feiyang. Mu Qing lowered her head, her face full of annoyance. Because of the divine crystal, the Mu clan not only lost the gate of time and space, but also caused the death of the Mu clan's second grandmaster. His heart was already buried in hatred and anger. As such, when he saw Qin Feiyang appear in the glacier forest, he didn't think too much about it. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. Lu Xingqian sighed. If you hadn't fallen into his hands, I wouldn't be in such a passive situation right now. Qin Feiyang said, so you admit it. Lu Xingqian looked up at Qin Feiyang and nodded. Yes, as you said, I am also Mu Tianyang. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He said in a deep voice, not only did you take away Ren Duxing's body, but now you're also occupying Lu Xingqian's body. What do you want to do? Lu Xingqian smiled. Didn't I tell you that I want to become stronger? You can become stronger by taking over a body. Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Xingqian said lightly, there are some things that you can't understand. You just need to know that I have no malice towards you. No malice. You've used me again and again, and you still dare to say such words. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but sneer. Lu Xingqian shook his head. I'm not using you, I'm training you. Do I need you to train me? Who do you think you are? Qin Feiyang pointed his finger in the air. An invisible force rolled toward Lu Xingqian like a wave, carrying a shocking murderous intent. However, Lu Xingqian just waved his hand lightly and easily wiped out the invisible force. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. What kind of method was this? Lu Xingqian said, although your cultivation and mine are about the same now, if we really fight, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Then let's see if I kill Mu Qing first, or if you kill me first. Qin Feiyang grabbed Mu Qing's neck, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Lu Xingqian raised his eyebrows. Mu Qing roared with all his might, Ancestor, I'm not afraid of death. Don't be threatened by him because of me. You still have the strength to roar. It seems that Fatso hasn't tortured you enough in the castle. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He punched Mu Qing's lower abdomen, which was already badly mutilated, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Ah, Mu Qing couldn't help but howl in pain. When you were chasing me in the internal sea, you probably didn't think that today's retribution would come. You've tried to kill me time and time again, but you've never succeeded. Now that you've fallen into my hands, are you angry and unwilling? Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing and said lightly, the corners of his mouth full of ridicule. After that, he sent Mu Qing to the castle. Lu Xingqian frowned and said, what do you want to let him go? Let him go. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, I know your next step. Lu Xingqian pondered for a while and said, if you want to know my next step, you can go to the Demonic Dragon Mountains in He Province. Demonic Dragon Mountains? Qin Feiyang frowned. Suddenly, he remembered. Ren Duxing's battle sword seemed to have been obtained from the Demonic Dragon Mountains. Could it be that the Demonic Dragon Mountains were hiding other secrets? Lu Xingqian smiled and said, I have time now. Do you want me to go with you? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He definitely couldn't let Lu Xingqian follow him. Because Lu Xingqian definitely wouldn't miss any chance to save Mu Qing. Therefore, if he let Lu Xingqian follow him, it was equivalent to putting a time bomb beside him. But to kill Lu Xingqian, he couldn't do it. What should he do? Let him go. No. Letting him go was equivalent to letting a tiger return to the mountain. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and opened a portal. He looked at Lu Xingqian and said, follow me to a place. Where? Lu Xingqian asked. Qin Feiyang said, you'll know when you get there. Lu Xingqian looked at him deeply and entered the portal. Qin Feiyang followed closely behind. The next moment, the two of them landed on a small plaza, surrounded by undulating mountains and towering ancient trees. In the center of the square, there was an ancient stone tower, towering into the clouds and emitting a mysterious aura. It was the pagoda. At this moment, Old Man Qin was sitting cross-legged in front of the pagoda. Sensing Qin Feiyang's aura, Old Man Qin immediately opened his eyes, but when he saw Lu Xingqian, he couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? Old Man Qin looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang said, the Mu Tianyang you want, I've found him. So fast? Old Man Qin was slightly taken aback. He immediately sized up Lu Xingqian and frowned. Don't tell me you're talking about him. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. How is this possible? I've seen Mu Tianyang's portrait in an ancient book, and it doesn't look like him at all. Old Man Qin said. It's a long story. And this is not a place to stay for long. Help me keep an eye on him and don't let him escape. When there's a chance in the future, I'll explain it to you slowly. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. After all, this was the back mountain of the imperial palace. If it was discovered by the emperor and the state preceptor, not only would he suffer, but Old Man Qin would also be implicated. Okay. Old Man Qin nodded. Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not show any signs of lying, he began to treat this matter seriously. Qin Feiyang did not stay. He glanced at Lu Xingqian and opened the portal, ready to leave. Old man Qin hurriedly grabbed his arm and asked, "Do you need my help?" "Not for now." Qin Feiyang shook his head and entered the portal without looking back. Lu Xingqian, on the other hand, was smiling from beginning to end. After Qin Feiyang left, old man Qin turned to look at Lu Xingqian and asked suspiciously, "Are you really Mu Tianyang?" Lu Xingqian shrugged and said with a smile, "If Qin Feiyang says so, then I am." Old man Qin could not help but frown. Back to Qin Feiyang. After leaving the pagoda, he appeared in the Black Dragon Swamp again. He definitely had to go to the demonic Dragon Mountain range, but before that, he had a very important matter to deal with first. He took out the image crystal. Buzz! Soon, the shadow of the commander of the Kirin army appeared. Seeing that it was Qin Feiyang, the commander of the Kirin army was shocked and quickly looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he was relieved. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and asked in a low voice, "Where are you now?" "Black Dragon Swamp," Qin Feiyang said. The commander of the Kirin army frowned and said, "The situation is so critical now. Why are you still in the Black Dragon Swamp instead of leaving the capital?" "I'll leave later. First, help me find someone," Qin Feiyang said. "Who?" the commander of the Kirin army asked. "Wan Qiu," Qin Feiyang said. "Why are you looking for him?" The commander of the Kirin army raised his eyebrows. Of course, he was no stranger to Wan Qiu. He was still entangled with his daughter. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry about him. Go find him immediately and try to bring him to the Black Dragon Swamp before dawn." "Okay." The commander of the Kirin army nodded, and then the shadow disappeared. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and looked at the waning moon in the sky, his eyes shining. Lu Xingqian saved Wan Qiu from him many times. He couldn't figure it out before, but now he knew Lu Xingqian's real identity. He finally understood that this Wan Qiu must have been bought over by Lu Xingqian. In other words, Wan Qiu had also become Lu Xingqian's subordinate. Time passed quietly. Dawn was approaching. Swish! A black shadow descended over the Black Dragon Swamp. It was the commander of the Kirin army. But he was the only one who came. Qin Feiyang also sensed the aura of the commander of the Kirin army. He jumped into the air and landed in front of the commander of the Kirin army. He asked, "Why are you alone? Where's Wan Qiu?" "I didn't find him." The commander of the Kirin army shook his head. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "How can you not find him? Did you ask your daughter?" "Yes. She doesn't know where Wan Qiu is either. I also sent a message to Wan Qiu, but I haven't received any response," the commander of the Kirin army said. Qin Feiyang frowned. It seemed that Wan Qiu was very likely to be in Lu Xingqian's space treasure. The commander of the Kirin army asked, "Why are you looking for him?" Qin Feiyang said, "He's Mu Tianyang's lackey." Mu Tianyang. The body of the Qilin army's commander trembled as he said, "The matter that you told His Majesty, I also know. But how could Wan Qiu possibly be Mu Tianyang's lackey?" Chapter 1165. Crane Province. The commander of the Kirin army was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Why are you going to Crane Province? Time is of the essence. Don't ask so many questions. Tell me quickly," Qin Feiyang urged. "Let me think." The commander of the Kirin army pondered for a while and said, "I have been to Crane Province a few times before, but it was always in Crane Province City. As for the Magic Dragon Mountain Range, I have heard of it, but I did not pay much attention to it." Qin Feiyang said, "Then give me the coordinates of Crane Province City." The commander of the Kirin army nodded and gave Qin Feiyang the coordinates. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Yan Wei appeared. Qin Feiyang then took out the imitation spacetime gate and handed it to Yan Wei. Yan Wei immediately activated his battle chi and activated the space-time gate. The commander of the Kirin army glanced at Yan Wei and the space-time gate, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Her Majesty is very worried about you now." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled slightly. He resisted the impulse in his heart and said, "Help me tell my mother that I will try my best to survive." Clang! Before he finished his words, accompanied by a deafening sound, the space-time gate opened completely. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and stepped into the space-time gate without hesitation. Yan Wei nodded to the commander of the Kirin army and quickly followed in. The space-time gate quickly disappeared. Mu Tianyang, the commander of the Kirin army, muttered to himself and then opened the teleportation gate and returned to the Violet Palace. On the second floor of the Violet Palace, the woman in white sat in front of the table with a worried frown. The two maids were also standing at the side, their eyebrows were filled with worry. Duh! Accompanied by a series of footsteps, the commander of the Kirin army walked up to the second floor and stopped behind the woman in white. He bowed and said, "My Majesty." The woman in white turned a deaf ear. "Is something the matter, Commander?" The two maids turned to the commander of the Kirin army and asked. The commander of the Kirin army said, "I just went to see His Highness the 14th Prince." Hearing this, the woman in white suddenly stood up and ran to the commander of the Kirin army. She asked, "Where is Feiyang?" The commander of the Kirin army answered honestly, "I was at the Black Dragon Pool just now, and now I've gone to Crane Province." "Why is your highness going to He Province?" The two maids were bewildered. "I don't know either. But I think it has something to do with Mu Tianyang," the commander of the Kirin army said. Mu Tianyang. The white-robed woman's body trembled. The commander of the Kirin army sighed. Although the 14th prince always says that he hates His Majesty, in fact, he still cares a lot about the relationship between father and son. Otherwise, he would not be running around to investigate Mu Tianyang. Feiyang doesn't care about this father-son relationship. The white-robed woman shook her head. Then what does His Highness care about? The commander of the Kirin army froze and asked in confusion. He cares about the late emperor and the people of the great Qin Empire. I used to worry that Feiyang would be blinded by these enemies. But now it seems that my worries were unnecessary. Feiyang not only inherited the late emperor's bloodline and legacy, but he also inherited the late emperor's great heart of protecting the people of the world. Perhaps, he has a heart that empathizes with the common people. It's just that I really can't bear to let him bear this burden now. The white-robed woman sighed faintly. Protecting the people of the world as his responsibility, compassion for the people, Your Highness, are you really such a person? If so, Your Majesty, shouldn't you feel ashamed? The commander of the Kirin army murmured. Crane Province. Just like the capital of the spiritual state, the capital of Crane Province had 5 major districts. North, South, East, West, and the Central District. At this moment, the night was as dark as ink and dotted with cold stars. In the sky above the city center, a stone door silently appeared. The stone door slowly opened. 2 figures strode out. It was Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and put away the space-time gate. He then lowered his head and scanned the city below. The Holy Palace, the Prefecture Master's residence, and the State Prison were all in the Central District. And in the Central District, he sensed many powerful auras. Most of them were battle monarchs and battle emperors. The auras of battle masters were not absent, but they were pitifully few. And there was an especially strong aura that came from the Prefecture Master's residence. It was a 5-star battle emperor. If I remember correctly, Tan Wu seems to be from here. Qin Feiyang whispered. Who is Tan Wu? Yan Wei looked at him suspiciously. An old friend. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Go down and find out the coordinates of the demonic Dragon Mountain range. Okay. Yan Wei nodded and turned into a stream of light, quickly disappearing into the city below. Which expert has come to my He State City? Soon. A loud and clear shout sounded. Following closely, a middle-aged man dressed in black rushed out of the prefecture master's residence and headed straight for Qin Feiyang. This person was the 5-star battle emperor that Qin Feiyang had sensed before. Obviously, he sensed Qin Feiyang's aura. The middle-aged man landed opposite Qin Feiyang and sized up Qin Feiyang. He muttered to himself, "Why does he look so familiar?" The middle-aged man cupped his hands and asked, "May I ask who you are?" Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did not hide anything. "What?" The middle-aged man turned pale with fright. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "You should be the current prefecture master of He State. Don't be nervous. I am not here to cause trouble." But even so, the middle-aged man did not let down his guard and asked carefully, "Then why are you here?" Qin Feiyang did not answer and waited quietly. The middle-aged man did not dare to say a word and stood silently opposite him. Whoosh! A moment later, Yan Wei rushed into the sky and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. He walked to Qin Feiyang and transmitted his voice, "I've heard that the Magic Dragon Mountain Range is located in the far west of the city. It is tens of thousands of miles away from here. What about the coordinates?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I've also heard about it." Yan Wei nodded. "Then let's go," Qin Feiyang said. Yan Wei waved his hand, opened the portal, and retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang glanced at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, "You can report to the imperial capital that I have come to He State." After saying that, he turned and entered the portal. Yan Wei followed him in. The middle-aged man did not dare to breathe loudly, but after the portal completely disappeared, he let out a long breath. Then, a look of surprise crawled up his face. Why did Qin Feiyang suddenly come to their He State? And why was he so fearless? At the same time, a huge mountain range was located in the far west, and one could not see the end of it at a glance. Mountain stream. Giant peaks stood like a forest, towering into the sky like a battle sword. Under the night sky, those towering mountains were like giant dragons lying under the ground, exuding a majestic aura that made one's heart palpitate. This was the Magic Dragon Mountain Range. In the sky above the forest at the edge of the mountain range, Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei appeared one after another. Qin Feiyang raised his head and scanned the mountains and rivers in front of him. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. The Magic Dragon Mountain Range was bigger than he imagined. Yan Wei said, "As far as I know, the Magic Dragon Mountain Range is the most dangerous place in He State. No one has ever dared to go deep, so no one knows how big the Magic Dragon Mountain Range is." The most dangerous place? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yes. It is said that not only are beasts rampant here, but there is also a mysterious power. No one who enters the depths of the Magic Dragon Mountain Range can walk out alive. Yan Wei said. What mysterious power? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Yan Wei said, a power that can rob the vitality of living beings. What? Isn't this the same as the Black Dragon Glacier and the Demonic Island? Qin Feiyang said in surprise. Yes. Yan Wei nodded and said, so I suspect that the Magic Dragon Mountain Range might be related to the Black Dragon Glacier and the Demonic Island. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. From the Black Dragon Glacier, he obtained the Magic Dragon's Heart and Magic Dragon's Eye. From the Demonic Island, he obtained another reverse scale. What were these things? Could he find the correct answer in the Magic Dragon Mountain Range? Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the two of them turned into streaks of light, flying towards the depths of the mountain range like lightning. Magic Dragon's Eye, Magic Dragon's Eye, Magic Dragon Mountain Range, they all had the word, Magic Dragon, in them. If this was a coincidence, then it would be too much of a coincidence. Perhaps there really was some kind of connection between the three of them. In the mountain range, it was indeed as Yan Wei had said, the beasts were rampant. However, the beasts on the periphery weren't very strong, they were basically only at the War Emperor level. However, As they slowly went deeper, the number of beasts in the war sect gradually increased. Time passed. Dawn arrived. On the horizon, the morning sun slowly rose. The sunlight illuminated the mountains and the earth, dispelling the cold air left behind by the night. Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei did not stop and rest, and had already crossed over 10,000 miles. Along the way, they would occasionally meet some people who were training in the Magic Dragon Mountain range or searching for treasures. However, the two of them ignored them. As for the mysterious power that Yan Wei mentioned, Qin Feiyang had never sensed it. Crack. Boom. Noon. Suddenly, waves of battle fluctuations came from the distance. The fluctuations were very strong, containing both the aura of humans and the aura of beasts. It was obvious that somewhere in front of them, someone was fighting with a beast. Qin Feiyang looked at each other and increased his speed, rushing towards the location of the battle fluctuations. The strength of the beasts in this area was basically between 3 and 5 Star Wars sect. To Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei, it was naturally nothing. After all, one was a 6-star war saint and the other was a 2-star war emperor. But to the people of He province, the level of danger here was no less than a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. This was because the strongest representative of He province, the prefecture lord of He province, was only a 5-star war sect. Of course, the previous prefecture lord of He province was definitely stronger. However, the previous prefecture lord had to protect the teleportation altar of He province, so it was impossible for him to be in the Magic Dragon Mountain range right now. Therefore, Qin Feiyang judged that the ones fighting with the beasts in front were most likely Ren Duxing and his group. Boom. Crack. As they got closer, the battle fluctuations became stronger and stronger, and Qin Feiyang was even more certain of his thoughts. Because the fluctuations of the battle carried a strand of saint might, one had to know that in the 9 provinces, it was impossible for there to be a war saint-level powerhouse. Qin Feiyang's eyes also revealed a trace of killing intent. Soon, the two of them passed through a forest and stopped in the air above a mountain ridge, gazing ahead. More than 10 miles away, a man and a beast were crazily fighting in the sky. Blood flowed everywhere, and the mountains and rivers below were destroyed. That beast was a large dark red dog. Its body was more than 10 meters long, but the strange thing was that on its shoulders, there were 5 basin-sized heads. That's actually the Hell Divine Hound, Yan Wei said in shock. Qin Feiyang was also extremely shocked. The Hell Divine Hound was an extremely rare divine beast. That's right, it was a divine beast. Its rarity could almost be compared to a divine dragon. The Hell Divine Hound was ferocious by nature and had an innate talent. It was known as the Guardian of Hell. Previously, he had only seen it in ancient books. This was the first time he had seen the true appearance of the Hell Divine Hound. However, Chapter 1166. That person was thin and had a hooked nose. His eyes were like those of an eagle, shining with a sharp light. He was extremely powerful. That infernal divine hound had the strength of a 7-star battle saint, but he was not at a disadvantage. And his cultivation level was only a 5-star battle saint. How did he do it? Looking at the man and the beast, Yan Wei's rough face was full of disbelief. A 5-star battle saint against a 7-star battle saint, this was a difference of 2 small realms. Why did his cultivation level advance so quickly? But Qin Feiyang was muttering to himself, his tone was full of disbelief. You know him? Yan Wei asked. Qin Feiyang said, yes, I know him. He was once the strongest king in He province, Tan Wu. Tan Wu? Yan Wei was suspicious. I clearly remember that when I first saw him in the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, he was only a 2-star battle saint. Only a few years have passed, and he has already stepped into the 5-star battle saint. Qin Feiyang whispered. Yan Wei asked, what about your cultivation level at that time? Qin Feiyang said, my cultivation level at that time was an 8-star battle emperor. Then did he open the gate of potential? Yen Wei said. Definitely not. If he did, with his character, he definitely wouldn't hide it from us. Moreover, he should be in the Divine Palace now. Why is he in He Province? Qin Feiyang whispered. Hearing you say that, it is indeed a little strange. Although you were only an 8-star battle emperor at that time, you opened the gate of potential, and your cultivation speed is far from his. But now, you have broken through to 6-star battle saint, and he has also broken through to 5-star battle saint. I think there must be some kind of mystery behind this. Yen Wei said. Gate of potential. Qin Feiyang said word by word. Yes. Yen Wei nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. If that was the case, didn't that mean that Tan Wu was also related to Lu Xingchen? Roar. Rumble. Tan Wu and the Hellhound's fierce battle gradually entered a white-hot stage. They didn't notice that Qin Feiyang and Qin Feiyang seemed to only have each other in their eyes. This Tan Wu is really not simple. There's a difference of 2 whole minor realms, and he's actually able to be equally matched with the underworld Divine Hound. Yen Wei was amazed. Qin Feiyang said, of course he's not simple. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tried so hard to recruit him. Yen Wei was bewildered. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, look above his head. Yen Wei focused his gaze and looked over. He saw a palm-sized ancient peak floating above Tan Wu's head. Its entire body was pitch black like ink, emitting a strong black light. That Gu Feng is his battle soul. As for his fighting soul, it can release an obscure force and form a gravitational realm. Any living being that enters this gravity domain will have their speed suppressed. Qin Feiyang said. Gravity domain. Yen Wei's body shook as he said in surprise, isn't this similar to the gravity divine iron? Yes. This is also the reason why I want to subdue him. Qin Feiyang nodded. I didn't expect the great Qin Empire to have so many peerless geniuses. Yen Wei shook his head and muttered, his face full of shock. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly as he said in a low voice, take them down. Okay. Yen Wei nodded. Boom. He used the Sky Demon 9 steps and crossed half a mile in 1 step. At the same time, the aura of the Sky Demon 9 steps erupted, causing the void and earth here to shake violently. Tan Wu and the Hellhound were shocked when they heard the commotion. They immediately stopped fighting and looked at Yen Wei. What a powerful aura. He's a war emperor. The man and beast's expressions changed immediately. Boom. Yen Wei took a second step, and the aura around his body rose steadily. At this moment, in the eyes of Tan Wu and the Hellhound, Yen Wei was like a war god descending. Every step he took could cause heaven and earth to tremble. Suddenly, Tan Wu noticed Qin Feiyang behind Yen Wei and his eyes widened. Is it an illusion? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again, only to see that Qin Feiyang was still standing there. It wasn't an illusion. It was really Qin Feiyang. But why was he in He Province? Tan Wu's face was full of doubts and was about to greet Qin Feiyang. But at this moment, Yen Wei took his 9th step and instantly landed above him and the Hellhound. The Emperor's aura was earth-shattering. At this moment, the man and beast both felt the aura of death. Woo woo, the Hellhound's body went limp and it quickly crawled on the ground, wailing at Yen Wei continuously. Tan Wu's heart was also drowned by fear. His current strength was not bad, but facing a war emperor, it was still too far away. Just as the man and beast thought that they were dead for sure, Yen Wei suddenly stopped. That shocking killing intent firmly locked onto the man and wolf. Swish. It was also at this time that Qin Feiyang took a step forward and walked in front of Tan Wu step by step. Tan Wu glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Yen Wei, and asked in surprise, Brother Qin, what's going on? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, he's my man. Your man? Tan Wu was slightly taken aback, then could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Although he and Qin Feiyang did not have a deep relationship, based on Qin Feiyang's previous attitude, it should not be disadvantageous to him. However, this sigh of his had yet to completely die down when Qin Feiyang raised his arm, grabbed his clothes, and directly tore them to shreds. Tan Wu was immediately startled, both hands protecting his chest. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned dark and he shouted, "Put your hands down for me." Although Tan Wu covered in time, he still caught the shadow of the potential imprint. Tan Wu's eyes had a hint of panic as he pretended to be calm and said, "Brother Qin, what are you doing? I asked you to put it down, didn't you hear?" Qin Feiyang roared, a hint of intense killing intent even flickering in his eyes. Tan Wu's gaze trembled. But in the end, he let out a long sigh and lowered his hands. A dark gold potential imprint immediately appeared in Qin Feiyang's line of sight. Really didn't expect it. Qin Feiyang looked at the potential imprint and shook his head in self-mockery. Tan Wu hurriedly said, "Brother Qin, listen to my explanation." "What's there to explain? Do you remember what conditions I offered when I asked you to follow me?" Qin Feiyang said. "Help me open the door of potential." Tan Wu said. "Yes. But at that time, you refused. Since then, I have always thought that you are a person with backbone and dignity. However, I didn't expect that you would actually become Lu Xingqian's lackey." Qin Feiyang reprimanded, his face full of disappointment. Lu Xingqian's lackey. But hearing Qin Feiyang's words, not only was Tan Wu not ashamed at all, but he got up with a suspicious look. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you dare to say that you didn't join Lu Xingqian?" "Why should I join him?" Tan Wu asked back. "In order to open the door of potential," Qin Feiyang shouted. Tan Wu hurriedly stretched out his hand and said, "Wait, what do you mean by this? Why don't I understand at all?" Yan Wei frowned and said through voice transmission, "Look at him, it seems that it's not what you think." Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. Could it be that he misunderstood Tan Wu? Tan Wu opening the door of potential had nothing to do with Lu Xingqian. But that wasn't right. Apart from Lu Xingqian, who else in the great Qin Empire had the ability to help Tan Wu open the door of potential? If Tan Wu opened the door of potential with his own ability, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Because in the great Qin Empire, there were many people with better talent, comprehension, and aptitude than Tan Wu. If others couldn't do it, why could he do it? Or was Tan Wu acting now to cover up the truth? After thinking about it, Qin Feiyang really couldn't make a judgment and asked, "Then tell me, how did you open the door of potential?" Tan Wu shook his head and said, "I can't say, but I can guarantee that it has nothing to do with Lu Xingqian." "Guarantee?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and said, "Do you know? Right now, Lu Xingqian is my must-kill target. Do you think that I'll easily believe you? What's the situation? Isn't your relationship with him very good? Why would he become your must-kill target?" Tan Wu was bewildered. Qin Feiyang couldn't find the slightest trace of pretense in his eyes and expression. If Tan Wu was really acting now, then his acting skills were really too good. But if Tan Wu was not acting, then who helped him open this door of potential? Really not saying? Qin Feiyang asked once more. Tan Wu said, "I promised him, I really can't say." A wave of viciousness immediately surged from between Qin Feiyang's brows. Grabbing Tan Wu's neck, he shouted, "I think highly of you, but it doesn't mean that I won't kill you. Don't challenge my patience. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you." Tan Wu shook his head without the slightest cowardice. Qin Feiyang burned with rage. Yan Wei suddenly reached his hand out, grabbed Qin Feiyang's shoulder, and transmitted his voice, "Don't be anxious, I've thought of a way." "What way?" Qin Feiyang secretly thought. "Can't your slavery seal peek into the other party's thoughts? You'll enslave him now. When he's thinking about this question in his heart, you'll naturally be able to get the answer." Yan Wei secretly thought. "That's right. Why didn't I think of it?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Tan Wu did not know that his slavery seal had this kind of ability, so he definitely would not be on guard. With this thought in mind, Qin Feiyang did not hesitate anymore, forming seals with both hands. A slavery seal instantly appeared out of nowhere, following closely. With a wave of his hand, the slavery seal tore through the void and swept into the top of Tan Wu's head. Ah! Tan Wu immediately hugged his head and cried out in pain. But the excruciating pain in his head disappeared very quickly. Tan Wu sized himself up and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and asked, "What did you do to me?" Qin Feiyang did not answer and said, "I'll ask you one last time, who was it that helped you open the door of potential?" Under normal circumstances, when being interrogated by others, one would instinctively think of this question in their mind. And Qin Feiyang wanted to seize this opportunity to figure out the truth. "Don't force me, I really can't tell you." Tan Wu shook his head again. But in his heart, he was sighing. Puzzled. "Old Senior Qin, since you're so concerned about Qin Feiyang, then why don't you let him know all of this?" Old Senior Qin. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled slightly. Chapter 1167. Who was old Senior Qin? Why didn't he know that there was such a person who possessed the pill to unlock the door of potential? No. Old Senior Qin. Surnamed Qin, could it be that this person was a certain old senior of the Qin clan? But thinking about it, it didn't seem right. If it was really a certain old senior of the Qin clan, then they would definitely take it out to nurture the descendants of the Qin clan. But since young, he had never seen a potential pill in the imperial palace. Old Senior Qin, could it be that old Senior Qin who guarded the pagoda? But immediately after, he denied this thought. If it was really that old Senior Qin, then the emperor must also know about the existence of the potential pill. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Suddenly, he grabbed Tan Wu's clothes again and shouted, "Who is the old Senior Qin you're thinking of?" N. Tan Wu was extremely surprised. How did Qin Feiyang know what he was thinking? "Didn't you want to know what I did to you just now?" "I'll tell you now, that's an enslavement seal. After being controlled by the enslavement seal, I can peek into your inner thoughts through the enslavement seal," Qin Feiyang said solemnly. "There's actually such a thing." Tan Wu turned pale with fright. "Say it quickly," Qin Feiyang shouted. His patience was about to be worn out. Looking at Qin Feiyang's current appearance, Tan Wu fell into a struggle. Should he tell Qin Feiyang or not? Old Senior Qin, at the same time. Yan Wei was also thinking about this problem. Suddenly, a look of surprise crawled up his face as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I heard from Fatso and the rest that you seem to have a relative called Qin Yuan, right?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Yan Wei guessed, "Do you think this old Senior Qin could be him?" Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled. Was it Uncle Yuan? He hurriedly looked at Tan Wu. If this person was really Uncle Yuan, then hearing Yan Wei's words now, Tan Wu's expression would have some changes. When he looked at Tan Wu, he shockingly discovered that Tan Wu was currently looking at Yan Wei. Furthermore, the gaze in his eyes clearly became different. There was a hint of helplessness and blame in his voice, as if he was blaming Yan Wei for talking too much. "It's really Uncle Yuan." Qin Feiyang's body trembled. Uncle Yuan actually possessed a pill that could open the door to potential. This was hard for him to accept. All of a sudden, he raised his other arm, his two hands forcefully grabbing the clothes on Tan Wu's chest as he shouted, "Tell me, is it Uncle Yuan or not?" Tan Wu's gaze flickered. A moment later, he sighed deeply and nodded. "It's him." Qin Feiyang's mind buzzed. Immediately, he quivered abruptly and asked, "Where is Uncle Yuan right now?" "I don't know." Tan Wu shook his head. Qin Feiyang roared, "He already helped you open the door to potential, how can you not know?" "Not only did old Senior Qin help me open the door to potential, he even helped me raise my cultivation. But this was a very long time ago. Where he is now, I really don't know," Tan Wu said helplessly. Qin Feiyang's eyes could not help being filled with disappointment. Letting go of Tan Wu powerlessly, he said, "Why did he help you open the door to potential?" "Old Senior Qin knows that you think very highly of me, so he came to find me, asking me to assist you in the future. Frankly speaking, I really envy you. Although you were deserted by everyone back then, there are two people who have always been silently concerned about you. These two people are your mother and old Senior Qin. Especially old Senior Qin. Although he didn't meet you these few years, he has always been paying attention to your situation. Furthermore, for your future development, he has even been secretly helping you nurture a force." Tan Wu said. "Mother, Uncle Yuan," Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered. Gradually, his face brimmed with a happy smile. That's right. He was not alone. Because no matter what happened, Uncle Yuan and his mother would not leave him. Furthermore, he even had an additional group of companions by his side now. Qin Feiyang raised his head, looked at Tan Wu, and asked, "What force?" At that time, he just mentioned it in passing. "I don't know the details either. But from his words, I can tell that this force is still growing right now. When the day comes when it grows up, this force will definitely shock heaven and earth, making ghosts and gods weep." Tan Wu said, his eyes filled with confidence. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "You're one of them." "Sort of." Tan Wu nodded. "Uncle Yuan, thank you." Qin Feiyang looked at the horizon and muttered. Actually, he already knew long ago that Uncle Yuan had always been paying attention to him. But the matter of helping him nurture a force, if Tan Wu did not say, he would probably still be kept in the dark. And Uncle Yuan doing this was also completely for his sake. Because if he knew about these things, he would definitely develop a reliance heart. With reliance, he would definitely become lazy. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze, looked at Tan Wu, and asked, "In the past, I invited you time and time again, but you refused. Why did you suddenly agree to assist me now?" "Forced by the situation. Seeing everyone get stronger day by day, while I'm still making progress in the same place, I feel anxious. The other factor is old Senior Qin. Old Senior Qin is a person of virtue and prestige, someone I admire. Don't think that I'm following you. Actually, I'm following old Senior Qin." Tan Wu said with a smile. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and said, "Looks like in your eyes, I still don't have the qualifications for you to follow." "You can say that." Tan Wu nodded. Veins immediately popped out on Qin Feiyang's forehead and he said, "Aren't you afraid of offending me?" Tan Wu smiled and said, "Are you that kind of petty person?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, removing the slavery seal. He believed in Uncle Yuan's vision. Since he was nurturing Tan Wu, then he definitely trusted Tan Wu 100%. However, Uncle Yuan grasping the medicinal pill to open the door of potential was truly somewhat beyond his expectations. This old man, he could not see through him more and more. Qin Feiyang shook his head, restrained his emotions, and asked Tan Wu, "Weren't you at the temple? Why did you return to He province? Isn't it because of it?" Tan Wu pointed at the Hell Divine Hound. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Hell Divine Hound and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean? This has to start from a long time ago. I believe you guys must have heard of the legend of the Devil Dragon Mountain Range." Tan Wu said. Qin Feiyang two people nodded. Tan Wu smiled and said, "But there's a legend that you guys definitely don't know." "What legend?" The two people were suspicious. Tan Wu said, "Legend has it that in the deepest part of the Devil Dragon Mountain Range, there's a peerless divine weapon hidden. As long as you obtain this divine weapon, you will definitely be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, soaring to the heavens in one go." Peerless divine weapon. Qin Feiyang two people looked at each other. If it was in the past, they definitely wouldn't believe it. Because things like divine weapons were too ethereal, it was impossible for them to exist in this world. But now, they firmly believed it. Because Ren Duxing's battle sword was obtained here. Yen Wei said, "I really didn't hear about this legend in the capital." Tan Wu smiled faintly and said, only a few people in He province know about this legend. They definitely won't be able to find out about it. Qin Feiyang asked, then what does this legend have to do with the Hell Divine Hound? Of course. Back then, when I stepped into the one-star battle sect, I entered the Devil Dragon Mountain range to verify the authenticity of this legend. However, when I came to the Devil Dragon Mountain range, I realized how naive and childish I was. There were too many fierce beasts here and they were too strong. It wasn't a place that I could set foot in at all. But I didn't want to give up. I desperately walked towards the depths and finally came here with great difficulty. And when I came here, I was already seriously injured. Just as I was about to find a place to recuperate for a period of time, this damn dog suddenly jumped out and almost took my life. Tan Wu looked at the Hell Divine Hound, his eyes filled with a cold light. TSK, that's because you overestimated your own abilities. With your little cultivation back then, you still dared to go so deep. If this emperor doesn't kill you, who will I kill? The Hell Divine Hound said disdainfully. Tan Wu said angrily, then you can't take advantage of others' difficulties, right? After all, you're a divine beast. A divine beast must be magnanimous. Who said that divine beasts should be magnanimous? This emperor likes to take advantage of people's difficulties. How about it? Not convinced? Come, let's fight again. The Hell Divine Hound clamored. Qin Feiyang's face twitched as he glanced at the Hell Divine Hound. How could this guy be on par with the white-eyed wolf? He turned to look at Tan Wu and asked curiously, then what happened after that? How did you escape from its hands? After that, it teased me in every way possible and humiliated me. Of course, I refused to accept it, so I arranged a battle with it. When I broke through to the Battle Saint realm, I'll come and find it for a fair battle. If I win, it will submit to me. If I lose, I'll be its human pet. I originally thought that it wouldn't agree, but who knew if its brain had a cramp, it actually agreed. Tan Wu said disdainfully. The Hell Divine Hound was immediately enraged and roared, this emperor spared your dog life. It's fine if you don't thank this emperor, but you actually scolded this emperor in public? Kid, let me tell you, don't be too arrogant. Idiot. Tan Wu rolled his eyes at it and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, half a month ago, I broke through to the 5-star Battle Saint realm and found an excuse to return to Yi province to find it for a battle. The result is that you all saw it. My strength and its are considered evenly matched. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang came to a realization. Yan Wei sized up Tan Wu and the Hell Divine Hound and said strangely, why do I feel that the relationship between the two of you isn't so simple? It seems like there's a kind of enemy, love and hate. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, we're enemies. The Hell Divine Hound said angrily, don't talk nonsense. This emperor is a divine beast with a noble bloodline. How can I love and hate a mere human? Tan Wu snorted coldly and said, I also disdain to be enemies with you. What do you mean? Have I wronged you? The Hell Divine Hound immediately glared at Tan Wu angrily. No, it's me who's unworthy. Tan Wu said indifferently. It's good that you know your place. The Hell Divine Hound sneered. Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei looked at each other, shook their heads and laughed. This man and beast were clearly enemies. It seemed that when Tan Wu was tortured by the Hell Divine Hound, many interesting things happened. Otherwise, this scene wouldn't have appeared now. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's face turned solemn. Looking at the man and beast, he asked, how long have you guys been fighting here? Tan Wu said, it should be 10 days. Already fighting for 10 days in a row, and you still say it's not love and hate? Yan Wei rolled his eyes. Hearing that, Tan Wu and the Hell Divine Hound's expressions both appeared somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 1168. These shadows were none other than Ren Duxing and the others. Tan Wu raised his head and glanced at them. He shook his head and said, I've never seen them before. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The Magic Dragon mountain range is vast and boundless. They might not pass by here. And I guess that they should have teleported there directly. Yen Wei said. Teleport there? Qin Feiyang frowned. Ren Duxing once entered the Magic Dragon mountain range and obtained a peerless divine sword. Now that Mu Tianyang has taken over his body, he definitely knows the coordinates of the deeper parts. Yen Wei said. Makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded and said in a deep voice, then there's no time to lose. Let's continue on our way. Yen Wei nodded. With a wave of his hand, he swept up Qin Feiyang and rushed towards the depths of the mountain range. Peerless divine sword, possession. Listening to the conversation between the two, Tan Wu's face was full of suspicion. What was going on? Wait for me. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to disappear at the end of the mountain range, Tan Wu quivered and hurriedly shouted at the two of them, chasing after them. The Hell God Hound was stunned for a moment before chasing after them. At the same time, hearing Tan Wu's voice, Yen Wei turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded to Yen Wei. Yen Wei immediately slowed down. Not long later, Tan Wu chased after them and asked suspiciously, "Where are you guys going?" Yen Wei said, "The deepest part of the Magic Dragon mountain range." Tan Wu's eyes lit up, and said, "Can you bring me along? I've long wanted to go deeper to take a look." Yen Wei hesitated. Qin Feiyang frowned. It's very dangerous, and we might not even be able to return. It's fine. Anyway, you're here. If we encounter any danger, just let me go to the castle. Tan Wu smiled and said. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and said, I'm just afraid that I won't have the chance to send you to the castle. Is it that dangerous? Tan Wu was bewildered. Life is unpredictable, who knows? Qin Feiyang said. At this moment, the Cerberus also caught up. It looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Can you take me with you? Ugh! Qin Feiyang was astonished. Aren't you afraid of death? The Hell God Hound said disdainfully, TSK, am I the kind of person who is afraid of death? You're a dog, not a human. Tan Wu rolled his eyes. Woof! The Hell Divine Hound immediately opened its bloody maw and pounced towards Tan Wu. Yen Wei shook his head and smiled. With them accompanying me, I won't be too lonely. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Whoosh! Yen Wei brought 2 people and 1 beast and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the depths like lightning. Brother Qin, why did you say that I joined Lu Xingqian just now? And what peerless divine sword, what possession, what Mu Tianyang, what's going on? At the same time, He State City. To the east of the city, there was a desolate canyon. At this moment, one figure after another descended in the sky above the canyon. The leader was a white-haired old man. It was the Imperial Preceptor. Behind the Imperial Preceptor was a group of black-clothed people. There were men and women, old and young. On their chests, there was an extremely eye-catching black skull symbol. Whoosh! Just as the Imperial Preceptor and the others appeared, 2 figures rushed out of the canyon and landed in front of the Imperial Preceptor. They bowed and said, Greetings, Lord. Of these 2 people, one was an old man, the other was a middle-aged man. The old man was the previous prefecture chief of He State. The middle-aged man was the current prefecture chief that Qin Feiyang met in the city. And this canyon was where the teleportation altar of He State was located. Very few people knew about it. The Imperial Preceptor looked at the 2 people and asked, Where is Qin Feiyang? The middle-aged man said, He was in the city not long ago, but I don't know where he is now. The State Preceptor's face immediately became filled with a vicious aura that couldn't be dispelled. He gloomily said, Qin Feiyang is a serious criminal in the capital. You saw him, yet you didn't apprehend him in time and instead allowed him to leave. Do you know that this State Preceptor can sentence you to death right now? Spare me, Lord. The middle-aged man trembled and hurriedly knelt in the void to beg for mercy. He was also bitter in his heart. Even the people in the capital couldn't do anything to Qin Feiyang, let alone he state. But in the face of the imperial preceptor's obscene power, he could only endure silently. Why aren't you investigating? I want to know where he is in an hour. Otherwise, bring your heads to me. The imperial preceptor looked at the two people and shouted. Yes. The two people responded respectfully. They immediately opened the teleportation gate and appeared in the sky above the city. How do we find him? The middle-aged man looked at the old man helplessly. Calm down. There must be a way. The old man pondered for a moment and asked, does Qin Feiyang have any accomplices? There is a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly trembled as he said in surprise, yes, it's him. The old man was puzzled. The middle-aged man said, I saw him fly up from the city and whisper to Qin Feiyang. They should be asking about something. The old man was delighted and said, this is a clue. Quickly bring people to investigate. Okay. The middle-aged man nodded and immediately turned to leave. In less than an hour, he returned and said to the old man, I found it. That middle-aged man is in a restaurant asking for the coordinates of the magical Dragon Mountain Range. They are going to the magical Dragon Mountain Range? The old man was surprised. Should be right. The middle-aged man nodded. The old man said in panic, this is not good. Tan Wu is now in the magical Dragon Mountain Range. What? When did that kid come back? The middle-aged man was surprised. More than 10 days ago. It seems to be for that hellhound. The old man said. The middle-aged man said angrily, this brat is too willful. Quickly inform him to be careful of Qin Feiyang. The old man nodded and took out the image crystal. Even the hellhound knew about it. It could be seen that the relationship between these two people and Tan Wu was not shallow. At the same time. Magical Dragon Mountain Range. Qin Feiyang and the others were flying above a forest as fast as lightning. Stop! Tan Wu suddenly shouted. Yen Wei braked and stopped in the air. He turned to look at Tan Wu suspiciously and asked, what's wrong? Tan Wu said, someone sent me a message. You guys retreat. Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei looked at each other and quickly retreated to the side. Humans are really troublesome. The hellhound muttered in dissatisfaction and also retreated to Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei's side. Tan Wu took out the image crystal. Buzz! The image of the old man appeared. Greetings, master. Tan Wu immediately bowed. The old man asked, are you still in the magical Dragon Mountain Range? Yes. Tan Wu nodded. The old man said, then how is the battle with the hellhound going? Tan Wu smiled bitterly and said, its cultivation has also become stronger. It is now a 7-star battle saint. If it continues, it should be a situation where both sides suffer. To be able to fight it to a draw in such a short period of time, you are not bad. The old man smiled, his face full of gratification. Then his face turned serious and he said in a deep voice, you have to be careful these few days. What's wrong? Tan Wu asked. The old man said, according to this old man's inquiry, Qin Feiyang may have also entered the magical Dragon Mountain Range. Tan Wu was slightly stunned. He glanced at Qin Feiyang who was not far away and pretended to be surprised. He looked at the old man and asked, why did Qin Feiyang come to the magical Dragon Mountain Range? I don't know. But now, the imperial tutor has personally led people into our He province. He will definitely enter the magical Dragon Mountain Range later. If you have nothing else, it's better to come back as soon as possible. The old man said. Imperial tutor. Tan Wu's eyes focused and he nodded, understood, this disciple will be careful. That's good. It's not easy for a genius like you to appear in our He province. This old man doesn't want to die prematurely. The old man said with a smile. Tan Wu smiled and said, don't worry, this disciple knows his limits. Yes. The old man nodded, and the shadow quickly dissipated. Tan Wu also put away the image crystal and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "What do we do now?" The imperial tutor personally brought people here. This was not a small matter and had to be treated carefully. Humph. This old thing, he won't be satisfied until he kills me. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. The Hell God Hound hesitated and said, "That. This emperor wants to ask, is that imperial tutor very strong?" "Nonsense, he's the teacher of the current emperor. Do you think he's strong or not?" Tan Wu rolled his eyes at it. "Then how strong is he? If he's not that strong, we'll think of a way to kill him directly." The Hell God Hound said. "Ah." Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. He actually wanted to kill the imperial tutor. This guy was really a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. Tan Wu said, "Listen carefully, the current imperial tutor is a false god." "What? A false god?" The Hell God Hound's eyes widened, filled with shock. Tan Wu said, "Let's talk about it now. Do you still want to kill him?" "Ha! Just pretend that you didn't hear what I said just now." The Hell God Hound laughed dryly. "What a joke. Wasn't it courting death to provoke a false god?" Tan Wu rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "If I'm caught by the imperial tutor, I'm fine, but you'll definitely be doomed. If he wants to catch me, it won't be that simple." Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. "What do you mean?" Tan Wu was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "Actually, the imperial tutor's arrival is exactly what I'm looking forward to." "What do you mean?" Tan Wu was surprised. After Ren Duxing was possessed by a wisp of Mu Tianyang's divine consciousness, his methods are very terrifying. With the strength of the few of us, it's not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Therefore, I need someone stronger to deal with him. And this imperial tutor is undoubtedly the best candidate. Qin Feiyang sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Yan Wei suddenly said, "I understand, your goal is to let them fight each other." "Yes. If I didn't want people to know my whereabouts, I wouldn't have stood there openly in the capital of He province. And I wouldn't have let you directly use your true face to inquire about the coordinates of the demonic dragon mountain range." Qin Feiyang said. "I see." Yan Wei suddenly understood, shook his head and said with a smile, "You deliberately left clues to let them find our whereabouts, and then led them to the demonic dragon mountain range." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "These two people are not good people. Let them fight first, and then we'll come out and reap the benefits in the end." "Brilliant." Tan Wu gave a thumbs up. As soon as he entered He province, he began to make arrangements. It seemed that this person was already unwilling to be a chess piece. It was really exciting. "We'll see a good show soon. Let's go." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Yan Wei also smiled playfully and continued on his way with 2 people and 1 beast. At the same time, outside the capital, in the canyon, Tan Wu's master also told the imperial tutor about Qin Feiyang's whereabouts. Chapter 1169. Time flew. Night fell again. The demonic dragon mountain range was particularly quiet at night. Only the occasional sound of insects could be heard. Whoosh! A stream of light cut through the sky and landed on a mountain peak. It was Qin Feiyang and his group. After landing on the mountain peak, the group immediately turned around and looked at the void behind them. From afar, they could faintly see a blurry light figure rapidly approaching them. Yan Wei frowned. "Why is there only one person? Is it not the imperial tutor?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he whispered, "The demonic dragon mountain range is so big, they don't know where we are going. They will definitely split up to find us." While they were talking, that light figure was getting closer and closer. Qin Feiyang and the rest also restrained their auras to the extreme. Finally, Qin Feiyang saw the person's true face. It was a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had a strong body and was 1. 9 meters tall. The aura exuding from his body was extremely strong. Can you see through his cultivation? Tan Wu asked. Yen Wei shook his head, no. Qin Feiyang suddenly said, his cultivation is definitely not lower than a 5-star combat emperor. What? The 2 men and 1 beast's expression changed. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led the 2 men and 1 beast into the ancient castle. Not long after they entered the ancient castle, the middle-aged man did not stop at all and swept across the sky above the mountain peak. Inside the ancient castle. Hello everyone. Tan Wu smiled and greeted Fatso and the rest. Other than the double-winged snow eagle, Yen Wei, Phantom Snake Emperor, Viper, and Dan Wankai, everyone was considered old acquaintances. So, Fatso and the rest also smiled and nodded at Tan Wu. So strong. When he noticed Viper and Dan Wankai, Tan Wu's pupils constricted slightly. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, they are also your subordinates? Friends. Qin Feiyang said. Tan Wu was slightly taken aback and said emotionally, your foundation is getting stronger and stronger. Qin Feiyang sighed, it's a pity that my own strength is still not enough to bring it to the table. Tan Wu smiled faintly and said, with your cultivation speed, catching up to them, even surpassing them, is just a matter of time. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Tan Wu said, oh right, how did you determine that person's cultivation just now? The symbol on his chest. Qin Feiyang said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Logo? Tan Wu, Yen Wei, and the Hell God Hound looked at each other. They could see a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. Qin Feiyang said, there's a black skull symbol on his chest. Tan Wu nodded. He had also noticed this. Qin Feiyang said, that's the symbol of the inner hall of the law enforcement hall. Inner hall? Tan Wu was bewildered. Having been in the divine hall for so long, he naturally had a good understanding of the law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall was personally controlled by the state preceptor. Every person inside was rather powerful. And the law enforcement hall was also the place that all the disciples of the divine hall did not want to go to the most. Because once they entered the law enforcement hall, it would definitely be a situation of 9 deaths and 1 life. But he had never heard of the inner hall before. Those law enforcers that you usually see are only people from the outer hall. And the law enforcers of the inner hall are even more mysterious than the law enforcers of the outer hall. They never easily appear in front of people. Because they are death warriors secretly groomed by the emperor and the state preceptor. Each one of them is a 1 in 10,000 ruthless character. They will only appear when there's a particularly major emergency. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. There's actually such a group of people. Tan Wu was tongue-tied. Qin Feiyang said, this muddy water in the imperial capital is deeper than you imagine. Tan Wu asked, then are they the emperor's trusted aides or the state preceptor's trusted aides? Under the heavens, all lands belong to the emperor. Logically speaking, everything in the great Qin Empire should belong to the emperor, including these law enforcers of the inner hall. In the past, I thought so too. But now, after experiencing so many things, I've changed some of my views. I feel that whether it's the people from the outer hall or the law enforcement hall, they should all be the state preceptor's trusted aides. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Tan Wu said in shock, you suspect that the state preceptor wants to usurp the throne? Who knows? Qin Feiyang shrugged his shoulders. Tan Wu took a deep look at Qin Feiyang and asked, then what are the conditions to enter the inner hall? Qin Feiyang said, first of all, cultivation. The lowest is a 5-star combat emperor. Tan Wu was secretly speechless. He really did not expect that there was such a mysterious department hidden in the imperial capital. It was so strong that it made people afraid. Qin Feiyang's gaze flickered slightly. He looked at Tan Wu and said, I think you should go back. N? Tan Wu raised his eyebrows. Don't misunderstand. I'm not looking down on you. I'm just afraid of implicating you. If the state preceptor finds out that you're with me, do you know what the consequences will be? Moreover, the people he brought this time are from the law enforcement hall's inner hall. I really don't have the confidence to protect your safety. Qin Feiyang said. Tan Wu's expression was uncertain. The Hell God Hound said, Hey. He's right. If you stay now, not only will you not be able to help him, you will only drag him down. Why do you care? Tan Wu glared at it angrily. The Hell God Hound snorted coldly and said, Don't be unhappy. This emperor is telling the truth. Scram. Tan Wu's face was pitch black and his veins were bulging. TSK, you don't know what's good for you. The Hell God Hound pursed its lips. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He brought Yan Wei, Tan Wu, and the Hell God Hound and left the ancient castle. At the peak of the mountain. Dead silence. Qin Feiyang looked at Tan Wu and said with a faint smile, It's settled then. We'll meet again if fate allows it. Then be careful. Tan Wu warned. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, If there's a chance, when you meet Uncle Yuan, send my regards to him. Okay. Tan Wu said with a smile. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yan Wei and said, Let's go. Yan Wei waved his hand, swept up Qin Feiyang, and disappeared from Tan Wu and the Hell God Hound's line of sight without looking back. The Hell God Hound retracted its gaze and looked at Tan Wu, asking curiously, What's the background of this Qin Feiyang, to actually alarm the current state preceptor? Tan Wu said, He's the current emperor's son, the 14th prince. He's known as a monster that doesn't appear in 10,000 years. Fuck. The Hell God Hound's eyes went wide and it exclaimed, This background isn't small. But since he's the emperor's son, why would he fall out with the emperor like this? Tan Wu said, You fierce beasts won't understand the matters of us humans. You're looking down on me. The Hell God Hound was immediately enraged. I'm looking down on you. So what? Tan Wu looked at it provocatively. The Hell God Hound shouted, Then stop talking nonsense. Come, let's fight another 100 times. I'm not in the mood now. Tan Wu rolled his eyes at it, turned around, and returned the way he came. The Hell God Hound stood up and hurriedly chased after him, saying disdainfully, You're not angry anymore. You're too lousy. Tan Wu was silent. The Hell God Hound said, Speak, don't pretend to be mute. Aren't you annoying? Tan Wu was furious. The Hell God Hound waved its paw disdainfully and said, But then again, although Qin Feiyang has a few war emperors by his side, the people of the law enforcement hall's inner hall are far stronger than them. Moreover, there's the state preceptor, a fake god. Is Qin Feiyang their match? You don't have to worry about that. I understand Qin Feiyang. If he isn't confident, he won't take the risk. Tan Wu smiled confidently. Early morning. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the Demon Dragon mountain range, everything began to gradually wake up. Roar. Chirp. The roars of the fierce beasts and the sharp cries of the birds resounded in the mountain stream, echoing in the air. Whiz. Under the lead of Yan Wei, Qin Feiyang was like a meteor, streaking across the sky like lightning, disappearing into the end of the mountain range. With the state preceptor's group leading the way, they almost didn't encounter any fierce beasts along the way. Even if there was, with Yan Wei's current strength, he could easily deal with it. Unknowingly, they had already entered the depths of the Demon Dragon mountain range. The fierce beasts here were even stronger, almost all of them between the 7-star War Saint and the 9-star War Saint. Occasionally, they would encounter a War Emperor-level Beast King. But even here, Qin Feiyang did not sense the mysterious power that was rumored to be able to plunder the life force of living beings. Roar. Suddenly, a War Emperor-level Beast King roared out from the mountain stream, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. It was a red bull with a body of more than 100 feet, like a small mountain, ferocious and awe-inspiring. Seeing this, Yan Wei's gaze turned cold. He used the 9 steps of the demon and stepped on the bull's head. Accompanied by a loud crack, the bull's head was split into pieces on the spot. Reckless. Yan Wei snorted coldly, turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Shouldn't you be preparing? It's time to prepare." Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, and a bloody kill word instantly appeared between his eyebrows. His long hair, eyes, and even his skin were drowned in blood at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very quickly, he turned into a killing god, his murderous aura soaring to the heavens. At the same time that the kill word was activated, the blood in the bull's body crazily gushed out, continuously flowing into Qin Feiyang's forehead. In less than 3 breaths, the bull's blood was sucked dry and turned into a dried corpse. The two of them continued forward. Not long after, they saw a battlefield. The mountains and rivers were shattered, and the earth was cracked. But in the middle of the battlefield, there was a war emperor-level beast king lying on the ground. It was a huge black tiger, but it was already dead, its entire body dripping with blood. According to the wound, the giant tiger should have been dead for 3 to 4 hours. As for how it died, it was easy to imagine that it must have died at the hands of the inner hall's law enforcers. Although this giant tiger had the cultivation of a war emperor, its corpse was not of much value to those law enforcers. Because as the law enforcers of the inner hall, they had resources and wealth, so they did not care about this at all. However, to Qin Feiyang, this was a great treasure. The blood in the giant tiger's body had all been absorbed by him. His aura had also become stronger and stronger, and the murderous aura that exuded from his body had also become more and more astonishing. As for whether or not the imperial tutor would discover his aura, he was not worried at all. Because, whether it was the imperial tutor or the law enforcers of the inner hall, they were all faster than Yan Wei. Perhaps the imperial tutor and the others had already entered deeper into the magic dragon mountain range. So, Chapter 1170. While Qin Feiyang was frantically stacking his cultivation base, in the deepest part of the demonic dragon mountain range, a group of people was standing in front of a huge stone stele. The one in the lead was Ren Duxing. Dong Qing, Zhang Jin, and the 4 sacred beasts stood respectfully on the left and right sides. The 3 people and 4 sacred beasts stared at the stone stele in front of them with heavy expressions. That stone stele was several hundred zhang tall, its entire body as white as jade. From afar, it looked like a giant sword that pierced the sky. And on the stone stele, there were several lines of words. Demonic Dragon Mountain Ranges Hinterland, Intruders, Die. Every word seemed to be made of fresh blood, exuding a shocking murderous aura. Behind the stone tablet was an endless stretch of mountains and rivers. But inside the mountain range, there was no vegetation, no fierce beasts, not even a bug. There were only piles of white bones, dead silence. Zhang Jin retracted his gaze and looked respectfully at Ren Duxing, asking, "My lord, where did Dong Qing get that battle sword in her hand?" "It's here." Ren Duxing pointed at the stone stele and said. Then, he leaped into the air and stood on top of the stone stele. Zhang Jin, Dong Qing, and the 4 sacred beasts exchanged a glance and also leaped into the air, landing beside Ren Duxing. Immediately, they saw a crack in the middle of the stone stele. Ren Duxing said, "That battle sword was stuck in that crack in the past." Dong Qing asked suspiciously, "Who left it behind?" "I don't know." Ren Duxing shook his head. Zhang Jin was puzzled, "Then why are we here this time?" Ren Duxing said, "After I escaped, I came to this place. There is a giant mountain in the depths of the hinterland, and there is a cloud of black fog floating on top of it. The aura emitted by that black fog even scared me." "What?" Zhang Jin, Dong Qing, and the 4 sacred beasts paled. "Of course. If I was at my peak, that black fog shouldn't be a threat to me," Ren Duxing said again. Zhang Jin asked, "Then, did you see what was inside that black fog?" "No. I couldn't get close." Ren Duxing shook his head. "Not even this sword?" With a wave of her hand, Dongqing summoned her crimson sword. Renduxing said, I've tried, but the power of the sword can only help me reach the foot of the mountain, not the peak. Dongqing said, do you mean that there might be some kind of treasure at the top of the mountain? It's not a supreme treasure. It's a demon. Renduxing's eyes sparkled. Demon? Zhang Jin and the others looked at each other. Yes. There is a mysterious power that can steal the life force of living beings in the hinterland. As for this power, it came from that black fog. Renduxing said. Plunder the life force of living beings. Zhang Jin and the other two, as well as the 4 saint beasts, turned pale with fright. The sacred monkey asked suspiciously, Master, since the sword can't help us reach the peak, why are we here now? It didn't work in the past, but that doesn't mean it won't work now. Because I now have another divine artifact in my hands. Renduxing said. The sacred monkey asked, Master, are you talking about magic crystals? That's right. With 2 divine artifacts in hand, I don't believe that we can't reach the peak. Renduxing's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, he led the 2 people and 4 saint beasts into the hinterland. Entering the hinterland, Zhang Jin, Dongqing, and the 4 saint beasts immediately felt a mysterious power enveloping them. The life force in their bodies began to drain away immediately. Renduxing shouted, Give me the sword. Dongqing waved her hand, erased the blood contract in the crimson sword, and then handed it to Renduxing. Renduxing grabbed the sword, cut his finger, and dripped his blood to bind it. Immediately after, a wisp of divine sense flew out from the top of his head and merged into the sword. Clang! The sword suddenly recovered, emitting a dazzling divine light, and its divine power spread in all directions. The sacred monkey's expression changed, and it hurriedly said, Master, you can't use divine sense to recover the divine artifact. The sacred eagle also said anxiously, Yes, you only have a wisp of divine sense. If it is consumed, you will be destroyed. Don't worry. After all these years of cultivation, my wisp of divine sense has already grown, and now it is about to condense a divine soul. It's not a problem to recover the divine artifact temporarily. Renduxing said. It's about to condense a divine soul. The 4 saint beasts looked at each other, overjoyed. Renduxing looked at the peak of the giant mountain, and his eyes flashed. Clang! The sword in his hand flew out and floated above his head, buzzing and trembling. Sword chi surged, and in an instant, a barrier of more than 10 feet appeared, protecting the 3 people and 4 saint beasts inside. The moment the barrier appeared, they immediately felt that the mysterious power that was robbing their life force disappeared. The hinterland of the demonic Dragon Mountain range was also very large. The group of people flew for a full hour before they saw a huge mountain peak. The giant mountain was thousands of feet tall, and it was located in the center of a plain in front of them. It was dark red, like a blood-stained magic sword, emitting a pungent smell of blood. At the foot of the giant mountain, there were piles of bones, like a Jura hell. I didn't expect such a terrifying place to exist in a Mirhi province. Looking at the sea of bones, Zhang Jin and Dongqing swallowed their saliva, and their eyes were full of fear. Renduxing said, Don't underestimate any place, and in the Great Qin Empire, there are more dangerous places than here. Where? The 2 were surprised. The Sea of Reincarnation. Even I don't dare to set foot in that sea. Renduxing said. The 2 couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. One must know. Their master was a true god of war when he was alive, and even he couldn't set foot in it easily. How terrifying was the so-called Sea of Reincarnation? Most importantly, they had never heard of this Sea of Reincarnation before. Renduxing said, The Sea of Reincarnation is located in the extreme north of the imperial capital, and it's boundless. When there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to see it. After saying that, Renduxing waved his hand and led the 2 men and 4 beasts to land on the ground, stepping on countless bones and walking towards the giant mountain. Zhang Jin said, Why don't we just fly up? You can't fly within half a mile of the giant mountain, so you can only walk there. Look there. Renduxing pointed to a certain place at the foot of the mountain. The two men and the four beasts looked over and saw an ancient stone staircase. It was like a giant python, winding and twisting, climbing up the giant peak, all the way to the peak. Can't fly. Zhang Jin raised his eyebrows and tried to fly. A terrifying gravity suddenly pressed down on him. He panicked and hurriedly returned to the ground. Renduxing glanced at him and didn't say anything. A few hundred breaths later, the group finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Crack! An ear-piercing crisp sound suddenly rang out. Zhang Jin, Dong Qing, and the four sacred beasts hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, and their expressions changed drastically. They saw that a crack had appeared on the barrier protecting them, and that terrifying mysterious force swarmed in through the crack. They immediately felt that the vitality in their bodies was crazily draining away like running water. For a moment, Zhang Jin and Dong Qing panicked. The four sacred beasts used to be pseudo-god-level existences, but at this moment, their eyes were filled with fear. Renduxing's expression was also extremely solemn. He made a prompt decision. He took out the demon crystal and inserted a wisp of divine sense into it. Boom! The demon crystal suddenly emitted a black light and floated in the air, floating next to the red battle sword. Demonic power surged. Immediately after, wisps of black air gushed out from the demon crystal and rushed towards the crack. Although he had two divine artifacts in hand, Renduxing didn't dare to be careless at all. Because he didn't know if these two divine artifacts could block the erosion of that mysterious force. He looked at the crack nervously. As the black air continued to pour in, the crack slowly began to shrink. However, although the crack was being repaired, he still didn't dare to take it lightly. Because in this place, anything could happen. Time passed breath by breath. More than 10 breaths later, the crack was finally repaired, and the surging mysterious force was blocked outside. It wasn't until this moment that Renduxing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Dong Qing, Zhang Jin, and the four sacred beasts were dripping with cold sweat all over. When the crack was being repaired, they even almost collapsed. It could be seen how nervous they were. Moreover, it was in this short period of time that more than half of the vitality in their bodies was robbed by that mysterious force, and they looked very old. That was close. If that crack couldn't be repaired, I'm afraid everyone would have to die here. What the hell is that thing? Zhang Jin looked at the peak of the mountain, his face full of fear. Let's go. Renduxing took a deep breath, waved his hand, and took the lead to step on the stone stairs and walked up. Zhang Jin, Dong Qing, and the four sacred beasts quickly followed. At this time, if they left the protection of the barrier, they would die. In another place, the National Master stood on the peak of a giant mountain, looking around. His heart was in a mess, and his eyes were gloomy to the extreme. This place was not far from the deepest part of the magical Dragon Mountain range. Suddenly, he raised his hand and waved, and a wave of false god power surged into the sky, and then exploded like fireworks. Whoosh! Soon, a man in black came through the air and landed in front of the National Master. How is it? The National Master asked. The man in black shook his head and said, I didn't find anything. Whoosh! Before his voice died away, another man in black came from another direction and landed on the peak of the mountain. The state preceptor patiently asked, Do you have any clues? I'm incompetent. The man in black lowered his head and said. Although there was no direct answer, it was enough to explain everything. Whoosh! Following closely, the other law enforcers also came to join them. The answer was no. Where did that little bastard go? The National Master was annoyed. An old man in black said, could he have left the magical Dragon Mountain range through the portal? Left? The National Master raised his eyebrows. This possibility couldn't be ruled out. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand and shouted, "Continue to go deeper." The old man in black said, "Sir, if we continue to search blindly like this, we might be wasting time." The National Master looked at the old man in black and said expressionlessly, "Haven't you noticed that this mountain range is not simple?" "Not simple." The old man in black frowned. The National Master said in a deep voice, "Amirhi province has so many battle sage and battle emperor level beasts, isn't there something fishy about this?" "That's right. The beasts here are indeed ridiculously strong." After being reminded by the National Master, the law enforcers finally reacted. There should be some secret hidden in the deepest part of the magical Dragon Mountain Range, and Qin Feiyang should have entered the magical Dragon Mountain Range for this. So, no matter where he is hiding now, as long as we get there first, he won't be able to escape. Unless he has really left. The National Master said. Everyone nodded. Whoosh. Following closely. Chapter 1171. Roar. Rumble. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's cultivation had already stacked to the level of a 3-star war emperor. His entire body was surrounded by a bloody aura, as if a god of death had descended to the world. The terrifying aura caused the fierce beasts to tremble in fear. Qin Feiyang said, "The murderous aura is too strong, I can't control it anymore. I have to let the inner demons out." "All right." Yan Wei nodded. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and his consciousness entered his inner world. The inner demons had long been prepared, because he knew that Qin Feiyang was unable to control the kill character tactic. Qin Feiyang said, "Please. Don't worry." The inner demons laughed and instantly disappeared from his inner world. Outside, Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 shocking bloody lights burst out from his eyes. At this moment, the murderous aura around his body became even stronger, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness and bloodthirst. The inner demons turned to look at Yan Wei. Yan Wei instinctively felt a sense of fear in his heart. "Old brat, there's nothing else for you to do here. Go to the castle and play." The inner demons laughed arrogantly. Without waiting for Yan Wei to react, he directly sent Yan Wei to the castle. Immediately after, he suddenly turned around and looked at the deepest part of the magic Dragon Mountain Range. He laughed wildly, "This time, I will kill to my heart's content." Ha! He took a step forward, and his murderous aura turned into millions of strands and entered the mountain stream below. Boom! Crack! Roar! For a moment, the mountains below collapsed and the ground cracked, and the fierce beasts howled miserably. He was like a god of death, drowned in blood. Wherever he went, not a single person was left alive, leaving behind a mess. And his cultivation was like a volcanic eruption, crazily soaring. Hinterland. The dark red giant peak was like a blood-sucking magic sword, and its baleful aura soared to the sky. Not to mention getting close, just looking at it from afar was enough to make one's hair stand on end. At this moment, Ren Duxing, together with Zhang Jin and the other 2 and the 4 holy beasts, had already climbed halfway up the giant peak. The stone staircase was bumpy and had been there for many years. The 3 humans and 4 beasts walked on the stone steps and could feel the rich ancient aura. Zhang Jin said, "Based on the current situation, reaching the top of the mountain shouldn't be a problem." Ren Duxing nodded, a trace of inexplicable excitement in his eyes. Looking at the peak of the mountain, he was also filled with longing. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. After about half an hour, the peak of the mountain finally appeared in front of them. The desire in Ren Duxing's eyes grew even stronger. He quickened his pace. Seeing this, Zhang Jin's group and the 4 holy beasts couldn't help but rush forward. 10 breaths later. Finally, the group stepped onto the last step and stood at the peak of the mountain. The mysterious power became more and more terrifying, and the barrier formed by the 2 divine artifacts began to shake. The peak of the mountain was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been carved by a giant axe. At the center of the mountain peak, there was a cloud of black fog floating in the air. The black fog was surging, filled with a demonic aura, as if there was a peerless beast lurking inside, giving people a great sense of crisis. The moment they reached the peak of the mountain, Renduxing didn't look around but directly looked at the black fog. Dongqing looked at the black fog and then looked at Renduxing. Her eyes flashed slightly, and she said respectfully, "Lord, this subordinate has something to ask, but I don't know if it's appropriate." "Ask," Renduxing said. "When we were about to reach the peak of the mountain, your eyes became different from before. This subordinate wants to ask, did you already know what was inside?" Dongqing said. "Yes." Renduxing nodded. "What is it?" Dongqing was surprised. Renduxing stared at the black fog and said word by word, "A dragon claw." Dragon claw. Dongqing and Zhang Jin looked at each other, and the surprise in their eyes grew stronger. Dragon claw, at the same time. The four holy beasts also fell into deep thought. Suddenly, the holy monkey seemed to think of something and asked, "Lord, could it be the dragon claw of that dragon?" "Yes." Renduxing nodded. Gasp. The four holy beasts suddenly gasped, and when they looked at the black fog again, their eyes were full of fear. But at the same time, there was a strong sense of greed. "Follow me closely." Renduxing's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, and then walked toward the black fog. The four holy beasts followed closely behind Renduxing, looking extremely nervous. Seeing this, Zhang Jin and Dongqing looked at each other and couldn't help but be vigilant. One had to know. The four holy beasts used to be at the pseudo-god level. Even they were so cautious, it could be seen that the so-called dragon claw was definitely not ordinary terrifying. The peak of the mountain was not big, only about 100 feet in diameter. The radius was only 50 feet. For Renduxing and the others, the distance of 50 feet was just a step. But at this moment, they were especially careful, as if they were walking on thin ice. 40 feet. 30 feet. 20 feet. 10 feet. A distance of 30 meters was undoubtedly a short distance for them. It could even be said that it was easy to get. The excitement on Renduxing's face was also undisguised. 50 feet, 30 feet, 10 feet, half a meter, finally. They walked to the front of the black fog, and there was only a distance of half a meter between them. It was within reach. However, the boundary that protected them also shook more violently. But there was no sign of it breaking. Renduxing glanced at the boundary, secretly relieved, raised his arm, and stretched out toward the black fog. Crack! But just as he touched the black fog, and before he could see the dragon claw inside clearly, there was a cracking sound from the boundary. This cracking sound was not loud. But when it fell into their ears, it was like a clap of thunder, and their bodies and minds trembled. In an instant, they raised their heads and looked toward the source of the sound, and then their faces changed. They saw that a crack had appeared on the boundary in front of them, and under the erosion of the black fog, the crack was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. That terrifying mysterious force was like a flood that broke the dam, surging in. They immediately felt that the vitality in their body began to flow away crazily. But Renduxing did not have the slightest intention of retreating. He looked at the black fog, and his eyes flashed with madness. Seeing this, Sacred Monkey hurriedly shouted, "Lord, don't be impulsive, quickly retreat, or even your divine sense will be swallowed by the dragon claw." "That's right, it doesn't matter if we die, but you can't die." Sacred Eagle, Sacred Lion, and Sacred Python also opened their mouths to persuade. Hearsay. Renduxing's body trembled, and a trace of fear crept up in his eyes, but he was also very unwilling. In the blink of an eye, the crack on the boundary was getting bigger and bigger. The mysterious force pouring into the boundary was also getting more and more. The magical crystal and the divine power of the battle sword could not be stopped at all. "Let's go." Seeing that the situation was not good, the four sacred beasts forcefully pulled Renduxing and retreated. "Let go." Ren Duxing was furious. Lord, the 4 sacred beasts were extremely anxious. Let go. Ren Duxing shouted again. The 4 sacred beasts looked at each other and helplessly let go of Ren Duxing, quietly waiting for death. They knew how terrifying this mysterious force was. Even at their peak, they could not withstand it, let alone now. If Ren Duxing insisted on not leaving, there was no doubt that he would die here. Chapter 1172. No. The 4 sacred beasts suddenly turned pale with fright. However, it was too late for them to stop it. Ren Duxing's arm had already reached into the black fog. Immediately, Ren Duxing's face contorted and was filled with pain. The black fog was like a gangrene attached to the bone, crazily drilling into his arm. But in an instant, his entire arm turned pitch black, and his flesh and blood were hollowed out, leaving only skin and bones. Even his skin and bones were rotting and melting. And the black fog, along his arm, rushed into his body. Lord! The 4 sacred beasts anxiously roared. Lord, where there's life, there's hope. Let's go. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jin and Dong Qing couldn't help but be afraid and hurriedly cried out. Just one more step. Just one more step. Damn it! Ren Duxing roared unwillingly, cut off his arm, and retreated to the edge of the mountain with Zhang Jin, Dong Qing, and the 4 sacred beasts like lightning. Immediately, he tried his best to revive the magic crystal and the battle sword. It was not until 5 or 6 breaths later that the crack was repaired. And at this moment, regardless of whether it was Ren Duxing, the 4 divine beasts, or Zhang Jin and the other 2, they all looked extremely old and decrepit. If we were a little later, no, 5 breaths. If we were 5 breaths later, we would all be buried here. Zhang Jin murmured. Yes. Dong Qing was also scared. At this time, her hair was white, her body was bent, and her youthful vitality was gone. She was like an old woman with 1 foot in the grave. The 4 sacred beasts also let out a long breath. However, Ren Duxing stared at the black fog, his eyes full of anger. It was clearly in front of him, and he could reach out and touch it, but now he could only look at it. This helplessness, this grievance, was driving him crazy. Zhang Jin, Dong Qing, and the 4 sacred beasts were silent, and they didn't dare to disturb him. Because they all knew that Ren Duxing was now on the verge of going berserk. If I was still in peak condition, I wouldn't be afraid of a mere dragon claw. Suddenly, Ren Duxing roared towards the sky. His voice was like a great bell that resounded for thousands of miles, venting the anger in his heart. Who is roaring? In the sky above a forest, the Imperial Advisor and the others stopped in the void and looked in the direction of the hinterland in bewilderment. An old man in black said, "That's not Qin Feiyang's voice. It's very unfamiliar. Go." A cold glint flashed in the Imperial Preceptor's eyes, and the group of people immediately turned into streams of light and rushed toward the hinterland. The mountain peak. Time passed by slowly. After Ren Duxing calmed down, the holy monkey comforted him, "My lord, don't worry. I believe that no one in the world can take away this dragon claw. It won't be too late to take it away when you recover your peak strength." What do you know? Ren Duxing suddenly turned around and glared at it angrily. Did I say anything wrong? Saint Monkey shrank his neck and asked cautiously. Wrong, very wrong. Ren Duxing roared. Saint Monkey was puzzled. Ren Duxing said, "Do you know about the demon dragon's heart and demon dragon's eye?" Saint Monkey thought for a moment and asked, "Are you talking about the demon dragon's heart and demon dragon's eye that were sealed in the Forgotten Continent?" Yes. Now, they have fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands. Ren Duxing said in a deep voice. What? He has this ability? Saint Monkey was stunned. Saint Eagle, Saint Lion, and Saint Python were also very surprised. Ren Duxing said, Mu Qing told this to Lu Xingqian when she went to the imperial capital to rescue Qin Feiyang. Later, Lu Xingqian told me, so it is absolutely true. Qin Feiyang indeed doesn't have this ability, but the ancient castle and Chang Shui on him can. The ancient castle, Chang Shui. The eyes of the four saint beasts trembled. Even the demon dragon's heart and demon dragon's eye could be taken away. What level were these two divine artifacts? I originally thought that the Chang Shui and the ancient castle were divine artifacts of the same level as the battle sword and demon crystal, but now I know that I was wrong. The Chang Shui and the ancient castle are far superior to the battle sword and demon crystal. If I had known earlier, I would have thought of a way to snatch the Chang Shui and the ancient castle in the ruined lands. Ren Duxing said, his face full of regret. Zhang Jin said, as long as master wants, there will be a chance at any time. Ren Duxing glanced at him and shook his head, you underestimate him too much. He is not as easy to deal with as you think. Once you fight with him, once you miss the opportunity, it will be difficult to find another opportunity. Zhang Jin raised his eyebrows, looking a little unhappy. Ren Duxing mercilessly said, don't be unconvinced. Although your cultivation has skyrocketed, compared to him, you are still far behind. Zhang Jin was indeed very unconvinced. He also admitted that he could not be compared to Qin Feiyang in the past. Just like in the state capital, Qin Feiyang rose rapidly like a shining star, and he was just a nobody at that time. He could only stand in the distance and silently look up. But now, he had been reborn, and was no longer the humble and pitiful worm of the past. Even in terms of cultivation, over the years, not only did he catch up to Qin Feiyang, but he also far surpassed Qin Feiyang. So, now, facing Qin Feiyang, he no longer had that sense of inferiority. He even felt that he was stronger and more outstanding than Qin Feiyang, no, than anyone else. And now, Ren Duxing had been replaced by Mu Tianyang. How sharp was his insight? Naturally, he could tell what Zhang Jin was thinking at a glance. Ren Duxing said lightly, don't forget who gave you all this. Zhang Jin's eyes trembled slightly, and he hurriedly bowed and said, I know I was wrong, please forgive me, Lord. I said this not to scold you, but to let you know that a person should have self-awareness. Of course, if one day, you can really trample Qin Feiyang under your feet, I will also be very gratified. Ren Duxing said. Zhang Jin was slightly taken aback, and asked, so, Lord allows me to deal with Qin Feiyang? Of course. Although I value him very much, but people who can't be used by me are all big problems, and will be eliminated in the end. Besides, the main reason I keep him is because I still need him to help me do something. In short, you can just treat him as a stepping stone. As for whether you can step on him, that depends on whether you have the ability. Ren Duxing said. Zhang Jin was overjoyed, and he bowed and said, don't worry, Lord, I will do my best to trample him under my feet. Ren Duxing said with a smile, Qin Feiyang's wisdom and talent are world famous. You have such confidence, my training is not in vain. Zhang Jin said respectfully, this subordinate will definitely do his best to repay master's kindness in nurturing me. Ren Duxing nodded, and turned his head to look at the black fog again. Dong Qing looked at Ren Duxing, and then at the black fog, and her eyes were full of fear. She said respectfully, Lord, it's not safe here, we should leave this place first, and then slowly think of a way. Yes, Lord, your divine soul has not been condensed yet, and it will be difficult for you to revive a divine tool for a long time, let alone two divine tools at the same time. The four sacred beasts also persuaded, and their eyes were full of worry. Sigh. Ren Duxing sighed helplessly. His current body was just a mortal body without divine power, and he could only rely on his divine sense to revive the battle sword and demon crystal. As everyone knew, reviving a sacred tool required a huge amount of energy, let alone a divine tool. If he continued, his divine sense would be exhausted by the two divine tools, and his divine soul would be destroyed. His divine soul would be destroyed, this was not the ending he wanted to see. Chapter 1173. The stone tablet was hundreds of feet tall, standing between heaven and earth like a towering mountain. After retreating from the hinterland, Ren Duxing stood above the stone tablet, looking at the giant peak with flickering eyes. Zhang Jin's eyes flashed slightly, and he suggested, "My lord, why don't we go to Lu Xingqian and get the space divine item?" Dong Qing suddenly said, "Yes, the space divine item is also a divine artifact. Together with the demonic crystal and the battle sword, there are 3 divine artifacts. Maybe they can block the erosion of the black fog." Ren Duxing shook his head and said, "Although the space divine item is a divine artifact, it doesn't have much power." In other words, Lu Xingqian's space divine item didn't have much of a defense against the erosion of the black fog. Hearing this, Zhang Jin frowned. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and asked, "What about your divine bones?" Ren Duxing was silent. "What do you mean?" Zhang Jin and Dong Qing looked at each other. They didn't understand what Ren Duxing was thinking. Holy Monkey glanced at Ren Duxing and said angrily, "There are some things you don't understand. Don't make suggestions." The two looked at it in confusion. The owner of this dragon claw was stronger than my lord when he was alive. Although he only has 1 dragon claw now, my lord is now weak. Although my lord's divine bones are the body of the god of war, he can't exert his peak strength without the divine soul and divine blood. So, even if my lord's divine sense enters the divine bones, he can't shake this dragon claw." Holy Monkey said. Holy Eagle said in a deep voice, "This is only the second thing. The most important thing is that if my lord's divine bones are damaged, it will undoubtedly be more difficult for my lord to recover his peak strength in the future." Stronger than my lord at his peak? Zhang Jin and Dong Qing were dumbfounded. "Yes." The 4 divine beasts nodded. Zhang Jin said, "What kind of monster is it?" "Monster?" Holy Monkey was stunned and sighed. This name is indeed suitable for it. After that, it fell silent. The other 3 divine beasts also fell silent. Seeing this, Zhang and Jin looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. But seeing that the 4 great sacred beasts refused to say anything, they didn't dare to continue asking. Time slowly passed. After an unknown period of time, Ren Duxing clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "I must get my hands on the dragon claw today. I'll go to the imperial city immediately to look for Lu Xingqian and retrieve my divine bone." "My lord, this is no small matter. You must think twice." "That's right. Besides, Lu Xingqian is currently in the imperial capital, and the teleportation altar is located in the mountain behind the palace. With old man Qin guarding it, we can't enter." The 4 great saint beasts were startled, and they hurriedly replied. "Don't you know what to do?" Ren Duxing shouted. The 4 holy beasts shrunk their necks and lowered their heads in silence. If there was only 1 elder Qin in the imperial capital, they would have dared to take a risk. However, there were other false gods in the imperial capital. With their current strength, entering the imperial capital was simply courting death. "I'll go." Suddenly, Zhang Jin gritted his teeth and said, The 4 holy beasts looked at him in surprise. Zhang Jin said, "Qin Feiyang has snuck into the imperial capital many times without being discovered. I believe that I have the ability to do the same." Dong Qing frowned slightly and said, "It seems that you're going to compete with Qin Feiyang until the end." Zhang Jin sneered and said, "Every dog has its day. I've endured humiliation for so long. It's time for me to rise." "Very good." Ren Duxing nodded and was very impressed. He waved his hand and said, "Go, I'll wait for you here." Zhang Jin opened the teleportation gate and walked in confidently. Looking at Zhang Jin's back, Dong Qing raised her eyebrows and turned to Ren Duxing. She asked suspiciously, "My lord, can't you and the divine bone sense each other? Why did you let Zhang Jin go?" Ren Duxing said, "The divine bone and I can sense each other, but it's only limited to the 9 provinces. Now that the divine bone is in the imperial capital, I can't sense his location, let alone contact him." Dong Qing nodded her head in understanding. The holy monkey said, "My lord, I still have to advise you to reconsider." Ren Duxing waved his hand and said, "Don't say anything more." If I don't take the dragon claw this time, it will definitely fall into Qin Feiyang's hands again. The holy monkey was puzzled. He doesn't know that we're here, and he doesn't know that the dragon claw is here. How will it fall into his hands? Ren Duxing put away the demonic crystal and then grabbed the battle sword. He said, because I told him that this battle sword was found in the magical Dragon Mountains. With his suspicious personality, he will definitely come to the magical Dragon Mountains to check it out sooner or later. The holy monkey raised its eyebrows. Isn't his lord being too paranoid? Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Someone's coming. It can't be Qin Feiyang, can it? The holy monkey turned around, its eyes full of surprise. At the same time, Ren Duxing, Dong Qing, and the other three holy beasts also frowned and looked up. They saw streaks of light flashing through the air in the distance. The leader was an old man. He had white hair and a white beard, and he looked like an immortal. But at this moment, the old man's eyes were extremely gloomy, giving off a bone-chilling coldness. Behind the old man was a group of black-clothed men. They were all serious and their eyes were as sharp as blades. It's him. Dong Qing's pupils suddenly shrank when she saw the old man. Who is it? The holy monkey asked in a low voice. The state preceptor. Zhang Jin said. That's right, the people who came were the state preceptor and the law enforcers of the inner court. What? The holy monkey's expression changed, and its eyes became extremely solemn. The holy eagle, holy lion, and holy python also tensed up and became cautious. Then they looked at Ren Duxing. He stared at the state preceptor, a cold light surging in his eyes. But in the end, the cold light in his eyes disappeared, and he put away the battle sword. His expression was extremely calm, quietly waiting for the state preceptor and the others to arrive. Because now, it was too late for them to hide. The state preceptor had already discovered them. Lord, there are people ahead. At the same time, a black-clothed man pointed at Ren Duxing and the others and whispered to the state preceptor. I see them. The state preceptor said expressionlessly, glancing at Ren Duxing and the others with a trace of suspicion in his old eyes. Why didn't he see Qin Feiyang? Were these people also Qin Feiyang's accomplices? Whether it was Ren Duxing, Dong Qing, or the four great sacred beasts, the state preceptor had never seen them before. Naturally, he didn't know who they were. Moreover, the two men and the four beasts looked old and weak now. Even if he had seen them before, he might not be able to recognize them. However, everything couldn't be judged on the surface. Since the two men and the four beasts could go to the deepest part of the magic Dragon Mountain range, their strength was definitely not simple. Whoosh! Suddenly, the state preceptor stopped, standing in the void 100 feet away from Ren Duxing and the others. The law enforcers behind him also slammed on the brakes and stopped one after another. The state preceptor said, Go and interrogate them. Yes. A black-clothed middle-aged man responded in a low voice, and flew toward Ren Duxing and the others. Seeing this, Dong Qing and the four great sacred beasts' eyes suddenly flashed with cold light. Don't be impulsive, Ren Duxing said secretly. Hearing this. Chapter 1174. Schwa. The man in black stopped in front of Ren Duxing and the others, and shouted arrogantly, Who are you? Tell me your name. Ren Duxing gave Dong Qing a look. To be honest, he was very unhappy at the moment. One had to know. Not only was he the emperor of the previous dynasty, he was also an invincible war god. When had he ever been ordered around like this? But, today was different from the past. Even though he was once the ruler of this continent, he could only swallow his anger now. Dong Qing understood and took a step forward. Looking at the imperial tutor, he cupped his hands and smiled, I am Dong Yun. Saying that, she pointed to Ren Duxing and said, This is my big brother, Dong Rui. Then, she pointed to the 4 sacred beasts and smiled. They are the fierce beasts that we siblings have subdued. After introducing them one by one, Dong Qing smiled and asked, "May I ask what business you have with us?" "Dong Yun, Dong Rui." The man in black frowned. What an unfamiliar name, and asked, "Where are you from? What are you doing in the Magic Dragon Mountain Range?" Dong Qing laughed hoarsely. "We are hidden cultivators from the He province. Naturally we came to the Magic Dragon Mountain Range to explore." At this moment, her face was old, her body was stooped, and her long hair was snow white. Her laughter gave off a cold feeling. A hidden cultivator from the He province? The man in black raised his eyebrows. He was a 6-star war emperor, so he could naturally see through the cultivation of Renduxing and the others. The lowest was a war saint, and there were even war king. One had to know. Whether it was the He province or the other 8 provinces, the strongest person with a cultivation base was the 9-star war sect. Furthermore, the people of the imperial capital, in their subconscious, did not believe that there was an existence that surpassed the war sect in the 9 provinces. So, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that the 2 people in front of him were suspicious. The man in black's eyes flashed. He took out 2 Heaven's Eye stone, looked at Dong Qing and Renduxing, and said, "I need to verify your identities." Renduxing's expression was calm, but the anger in his heart had already ignited. Such behavior was a great disrespect to him. Dong Qing was also annoyed. She glared at the man in black and said, "Sir, we've only met by chance. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to be so aggressive?" "Inappropriate?" The man in black sneered. Dong Qing added, "Besides, you don't have the right to question us." "No authority." The man in black smiled, but his smile was full of ridicule. He took out a black token from his bosom and said, "Do you know what this is?" On the front of the token was a small black sword. Although it was only an icon, one could still feel the bone-piercing sharpness of it. On the other side, there was a black skull. It looked just like a real skull and was extremely terrifying. Dong Qing glanced at the token and shook her head. "I've never seen it before, so I don't know. Ignorant and inexperienced. Let me tell you, this is the identity token of the inner hall of the law enforcement hall." The man in black sneered. Inner hall? Dong Qing was doubtful. She knew about the law enforcement hall, but she had never heard of the inner hall. "Do you know where the temple is?" the man in black asked again. Dong Qing shook her head. The man in black said, "The temple is in the imperial city of the imperial capital, and it is personally managed by the current imperial preceptor." The imperial capital. Dong Qing's face was full of surprise. Of course, it was fake. The man in black said proudly, "The law enforcement hall is the highest authority in the imperial capital, and we have the power to kill all living beings in the Great Qin Empire." So powerful? Dong Qing was dumbfounded. The man in black smiled proudly, pointed at the imperial preceptor, and asked, "Do you know who he is?" Dong Qing shook her head again. The man in black said, "He is the current imperial preceptor, the master of the current emperor, and an invincible god." What? Dong Qing's body and mind trembled, and her face was full of horror. But in her heart, she sneered. He was only a false god, but he insisted that he was a god. How shameless. The man in black put away the token and shouted, "Now tell me, do I have the authority or not?" Dong Qing's eyes trembled slightly, and she hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, I was blind just now, please forgive me." After saying that, she stepped forward and respectfully took the Heaven's Eye stone. The man in black sneered. Everyone in the imperial capital looked down on the people of the 9 prefectures from the bottom of their hearts. In short, in their eyes, the people of the 9 prefectures were lowly people. Dong Qing took the Heaven's Eye stone and walked to Renduxing, and said, "Master, I'm sorry." Renduxing smiled faintly and took one of the Heaven's Eye stones. Dong Qing also turned to look at the man in black, holding the other Heaven's Eye stone tightly in her hand. Now that they were showing their real faces, of course they were not afraid. Time passed little by little. After a dozen breaths, seeing that Renduxing and Dongqing's appearance did not change at all, the man in black could not help but frown. Dongqing handed the 2 Heaven's Eye stones to the man in black and asked, "Master, are you satisfied now?" The man in black raised his eyebrows, put away the Heaven's Eye stones, and waved his hand. Battle chi surged out, and a shadow condensed. It was Qin Feiyang. The man in black asked, "Have you seen him?" Dongqing glanced at the shadow and shook her head, "No. You really haven't seen him?" The man in black narrowed his eyes slightly, and rays of cold light burst out. "No," Dongqing said without blushing or skipping a beat. The man in black took a deep look at her, returned to the front of the state preceptor, and bowed, "Master, I've asked clearly. They are secluded cultivators in He province, and came to the Magic Dragon Mountain range for exploration. They have not seen Qin Feiyang." Secluded cultivators, the state preceptor's eyes flickered. The man in black said again, "I've also carefully observed them. When they answered the question, I didn't find any trace of lying." The state preceptor glanced at Dongqing and Renduxing, and then looked up at the hinterland, his eyes full of suspicion. The outside was full of vitality, but there was not a single blade of grass growing inside. It was a bit strange. Suddenly, he noticed the 2 lines of blood on the stone tablet. The hinterland of the Magic Dragon Mountain range, intruders, die. Look at the color and traces of these words, they should be old, the state preceptor muttered, suddenly took a step forward, and landed in front of Renduxing and Dongqing. The law enforcers behind him hurriedly followed. The state preceptor pointed to the hinterland, looked at Renduxing and Dongqing, and asked, "What's inside?" Dongqing's eyes flashed, and she shook her head, "We haven't had time to go in, so we don't know what's inside." The state preceptor said, "Then go in and have a look." He always felt that there was some hidden danger in the hinterland, so he asked Renduxing and the others to open the way for him. Dongqing's eyes suddenly darkened. Now, they didn't have much vitality left. If they went in again, it was tantamount to suicide. Of course, they could also revive the divine artifact to resist the erosion of the mysterious force. But in this way, the divine artifact would be exposed. If the state preceptor saw the divine artifact, he would definitely suspect their identity and attack them. An old man in black shouted, "Didn't you hear what the state preceptor said? Go in quickly." Dongqing glanced at the group of people, turned to Renduxing, and said secretly, "Master, what should we do?" Renduxing's eyes flickered. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he shouted, "Get out of the way." Dongqing was shocked and quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, clang! Accompanied by a deafening noise, the red battle sword appeared out of thin air. His divine sense surged, and the battle sword instantly revived, slashing at the state preceptor with lightning speed. The terrifying edge tore the sky and split the earth. Divine power rolled in all directions. This aura, the state preceptor was stunned, and he suddenly shouted, "This is a divine artifact, retreat." What? A divine artifact? The group of law enforcers' faces changed color, and they quickly retreated. At the same time, a terrifying divine power roared out from the state preceptor's body. He raised his arm and slapped at the battle sword. The power of the false god surged out. Boom! Clang! In an instant, the power of the false god and the battle sword collided with a loud bang. An apocalyptic blast of air spread out in all directions with the 2 of them as the center. When Dongqing and the 4 sacred beasts saw this, they also fled without looking back. Although they were not weak, the collision between the divine artifact and the power of the false god was far from what they could resist. However, even if they reacted in time, they could not escape the bombardment of the air wave. Puff! One by one, they were sent flying, and in an instant, their bodies were badly mutilated. Including the law enforcers. They were also bleeding, and their faces were pale. Fortunately, they had escaped in advance and were only seriously injured. Otherwise, this blow alone was enough to turn all of them into ashes. How terrifying! Dong Qing and the law enforcers who had fled far away looked at Renduxing and the state preceptor in the sky above the stone tablet. Their eyes were full of horror. They were not comparable to such a peak-level powerhouse at all. Above the stone tablet, the state preceptor and Renduxing stood facing each other. The battle sword's edge could destroy the world. The power of the false god poured out continuously. For a moment, it was a stalemate. Although the state preceptor was only a false god, he was now in his peak state. As for Renduxing, although he had a divine artifact, he was still a mortal after all. He could not even exert 1/10 of his strength at his peak state. The most important thing was that he had consumed a lot of divine sense to revive the battle sword and the demonic crystal at the same time in the hinterland. Therefore, he could not fully activate the power of the battle sword now. However, this stalemate did not last long. Whoosh! He waved his hand, and another wisp of divine sense flew out from the top of his head and into the red battle sword. Clang! The battle sword suddenly shone brightly, and thousands of sword chi burst out, and its aura soared in an instant. Boom! Immediately, the battle sword destroyed the power of the false god easily, and with thousands of sword chi, it slashed toward the state preceptor's head. Puff! The state preceptor spat out blood, and his face was pale. Feeling the world-destroying sharpness, his body and mind tensed up, and he took a step forward without hesitation. The battle sword brushed past his shoulder. Boom! The sword chi tore the sky apart, and a huge bottomless ditch was cut in the ground below by the sword. The billowing dust covered the sky and the sun. Although the state preceptor escaped death, he was still injured by the sword chi. Half of his body was instantly mutilated, and his divine blood splattered. Then, like a meteorite, he fell into a mountain stream not far away. Boom! Chapter 1175. The imperial tutor was buried in the dust. Renduxing's face became paler and paler. Obviously, the confrontation this time had also caused his vitality to be greatly damaged. With a wave of his hand, the battle sword returned to his hand, emitting an ear-piercing sound. I didn't want to fight with you now, but you're too meddlesome and forced me to kill you. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he landed in the sky above the mountain and sent a wisp of divine sense into the battle sword. Clang! The battle sword immediately recovered and its sharp edge tore through the void and the earth, shocking the world. Imperial Tutor. Dong Rui, don't you dare touch the Imperial Tutor. Let me tell you, if anything happens to the Imperial Tutor, His Majesty will not let you off and there will be no place for you in the Great Qin Empire. Seeing this, the enforcers in the distance could not help but shout angrily. Place. Renduxing raised the corner of his mouth and murmured, this continent was originally mine. Clang. He suddenly raised his arm and the battle sword in his hand emitted a dazzling divine light. Then, he slashed at the ruins below. Boom! However, at this moment, the ruins below exploded and the Imperial Tutor rushed into the sky. His body was dripping with blood and emitted a shocking murderous aura. You want to kill me? You don't have the ability. He stared at Renduxing and smiled coldly. His index finger pointed in the air and the false god's power surged out. A pitch-black full moon rose slowly, emitting a dazzling black light. Its divine power was shocking. Divine art. Renduxing's pupils constricted. As a former war god, he knew the power of divine arts better than anyone else. Some divine arts' lethality was not inferior to divine weapons. And the divine art that the Imperial Tutor was using was almost comparable to the battle sword in his hand. I don't care who you are, but as long as you offend me, you will have to pay a heavy price. Kill. The Imperial Preceptor let out a long howl, and the full moon suspended above his head instantly radiated a terrifying murderous aura, which charged towards Renduxing. At this moment, the void shattered and the sky trembled. The earth collapsed crazily. The scene of doomsday was nothing more than this. Dong Qing and the enforcers watched this scene from afar, and their hearts were in turmoil. Shattering the void, such a terrifying method, only the gods could do it. Ren Duxing looked at the full moon with a solemn expression. Logically speaking, in his current state, he shouldn't be fighting with the imperial tutor, especially in such a long and fierce battle. But the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, and it had to be released. The imperial preceptor was already enraged, so he could not avoid it. Clang! A sword chime reverberated in the air. Kill! He gripped his sword tightly with both hands, and with a roar, he slashed through the air. A crimson sword shadow tore through the air. It was several thousand feet long, and its sharpness swept across the sky as it madly swept toward the full moon. Rumble! Clang! In an instant, the two collided and exploded high up in the sky like fireworks, dazzling and dazzling. Retreat again! Sage roared. As a former fake god, it knew how terrifying the battle between Ren Duxing and the Imperial Master was. Whoosh! Hearing the holy monkey's roar, Dong Qing and the other three holy beasts immediately turned around and fled without looking back. When the enforcers saw Dong Qing and the four sacred beasts fleeing, they also fled for their lives. Boom! Crack! Their decision was wise. The reason for that was because right after they fled, the aura that was capable of destroying the world surged forth. The mountains and rivers below collapsed one after another. The beasts died one after another. Blood soaked the earth. In the blink of an eye, the land within 100 miles was razed to the ground, and not a single blade of grass was left. But it did not stop. The destructive airwaves were like an irresistible plague, spreading further and further away. Dong Qing and the others used all of their strength to fight back. However, in the end, they were still swept away by the airwaves and were sent flying. Some fell to the ground, creating huge pits, and some crashed into giant mountains. Their bodies cracked, and blood rained down. This is too terrifying. The enforcers were extremely shocked. They were already very powerful in the Great Qin Empire, and they could be considered to be at the top of the pyramid. However, compared to the god of war, they were as small as ants. No! They were even worse than ants. High up in the sky, the wind whistled, and the divine aura shook the sky. The mountains and rivers outside had been destroyed, but the hinterland and the stone tablet were intact. Especially the stone tablet, no matter how fierce the battle between Ren Duxing and the State Master was, it did not shake at all. All of this seemed slow, but it all happened in an instant. Ren Duxing and the State Master had also decided who was the better one. Although Ren Duxing was once a real god of war, the State Master, who was a fake god, still had the upper hand at this moment. Because now, Ren Duxing's most powerful means were his divine artifacts and divine sense. But now, the State Master had mastered a divine art that was not inferior to a divine artifact. As for his divine sense, after all these years of cultivation, although his divine sense was much stronger than before, it was still incomplete. He had not condensed a complete divine sense. The divine sense was the same as the divine body. Without a complete divine sense, one would not be able to exert all his strength. In addition, he had used up a lot of divine sense to revive the two divine artifacts in the hinterland. Then, he fought with the State Master and used up some more divine sense. So now, he did not dare to overuse his divine sense. Because once his divine sense was exhausted, his divine sense would be destroyed. In other words, Ren Duxing's strongest means were no longer effective. Besides his divine sense and divine artifacts, he did not have the upper hand at all. For example, his physical body. The State Master was a fake god, so his physical body was also equivalent to a divine body. But Ren Duxing was only a mortal now. And divine power. The State Master had the power of a fake god. And Ren Duxing only had battle chi in his body. There was a huge gap between battle chi and the power of a fake god. Other than that, there was the divine art and battle soul. Renduxing definitely had a divine art, but he did not have divine power now. It was possible to use battle chi to evolve the divine art. For example, Qin Feiyang's dragon god art and six-word divine art. But the power they could exert was probably less than 1% of the peak power of the divine art. As for the battle soul, the two of them were even more incomparable now. So, if they continued to fight, even if Renduxing was once a war god who had surpassed the false god, he would still lose without a doubt. Unless, at the same time, he would revive the battle sword and the magic crystal. With the power of the two divine artifacts, he would kill the state master. But he didn't dare. Moreover, even if he revived the battle sword and the magic crystal at the same time, it was hard to guarantee that the state master didn't have any other means to contend against him. After all, as the teacher of the current emperor, the state master's methods would definitely not be so simple. The state master wants to know, who exactly are you? You actually have a divine artifact. The state master glanced at Renduxing and stared at the red battle sword in Renduxing's hand. His nature was exposed, and his eyes were filled with greed. Who am I? Haha, Renduxing laughed loudly, his long hair fluttering in the wind, his clothes fluttering, and his entire body emitting an astonishing domineering aura. The state master raised his eyebrows. Renduxing stopped laughing, stared at the state master with an arrogant smile, and said, "Didn't Qin Feiyang tell you?" Qin Feiyang? The state master's expression froze. Suddenly, he remembered what Qin Feiyang had said at that time. His old eyes suddenly stared, and he said in surprise, "You are Mu Tianyang." Yes. It is this emperor. Renduxing's body shook, and a vast emperor's might, like a torrent of beasts, surged out in all directions. The state master's eyes trembled. Originally, he thought that Mu Tianyang's return was just a lie made up by Qin Feiyang to divert everyone's attention. But he didn't expect that the previous emperor would actually come back. Mu Tianyang. In the distance. Feeling the terrifying emperor's might, the group of law enforcers was instantly in a mess. In fact, very few people in the Great Qin Empire knew the name Mu Tianyang. First, Mu Tianyang was the previous emperor, and the current emperor would definitely not allow the name Mu Tianyang to spread to the world. Second, in the past, when the Tianyang Empire was still around, everyone basically called Mu Tianyang the Tianyang war god, or the emperor. So slowly, the name Mu Tianyang was forgotten by the world. But as a member of the Law Enforcement Hall, and as an internal law enforcer who held the imperial capital's top secrets, he naturally knew who Mu Tianyang was. He was a supreme expert who could fight with the first emperor. How could they not panic? Renduxing glanced at the law enforcers, and looked at the state master with a sneer. "It seems that this emperor's name has not been forgotten by you." "I don't believe it." The state master shook his head. He was still firm in his thoughts. Mu Tianyang was already dead, and it was impossible for him to come back. "You don't believe it?" "Ha, then this emperor would like to ask you, in today's world, other than this emperor, who has the ability to control two divine artifacts?" Renduxing laughed wildly. Two divine artifacts. The state master was bewildered. Boom. Renduxing waved his hand, and the demon crystal appeared. Immediately, a black hurricane roared out, and the demonic power surged. The state master's eyes widened as he stared at the demon crystal. "Doesn't it look familiar? I believe that there should be a detailed record of the demon crystal in the history books of your Great Qin Empire." Renduxing joked. "It's actually a demon crystal," the state master muttered to himself, his old face full of disbelief. In the emperor's study, there was a very ancient history book that was regarded as a treasure by the previous emperors and passed down from generation to generation. Besides the previous emperors, only he had seen it in the Great Qin Empire. There was indeed a record of the demon crystal in it. According to the records, the demon crystal was a divine artifact that could control the storm and gravity. It was an item of the first emperor, but how did it fall into the hands of Mu Tianyang? Woo woo. Rumble. Just as the State Master fell into deep disbelief and was unable to extricate himself, Renduxing decisively activated the demon crystal. In an instant, a terrifying gravitational force surged out in all directions with the force of an avalanche. A huge cage was formed in an instant, trapping the Imperial Tutor inside. Inside the cage, the black hurricane roared, exuding a destructive power. "Lord, you mustn't." The four sacred beasts roared anxiously in the distance. But Renduxing turned a deaf ear. A wisp of divine sense emerged. Clang! The red battle sword awakened again, buzzing and trembling in the air above his head, and the sword chi was endless. The State Master quivered and finally regained his senses. Looking at the demon crystal and the battle sword, his face became incomparably heavy. Chapter 1176. Die! Renduxing roared, his hair stood on end, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. The battle sword and demon crystal clanged. Waves of sword chi and black storms roared in the sky and charged toward the Imperial Tutor. Facing the two divine artifacts, the Imperial Tutor couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body. Boom! He used the divine art again, and the full moon rose slowly, emitting a dazzling divine light. At the same time, he took a step forward, but he was shocked to find that his feet seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, and he couldn't move an inch. What's going on? He looked at the demon crystal and the battle sword in surprise. Renduxing sneered. This is another great divine power of the demon crystal, the gravity domain. Not to mention a mere false god like you, even a real war god would be affected if he enters the gravity prison. Gravity domain, the Imperial Tutor's face was gloomy. If he couldn't move, it was equivalent to a fish on the chopping board, and he could only be slaughtered. Ha, back then, when Qin Badian used the demon crystal to suppress me, he probably didn't expect that one day, I would use this demon crystal to suppress his subjects. Ren Duxing laughed heartily. The Imperial Tutor looked at him gloomily and suddenly laughed. You're too proud of yourself. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a mighty divine power broke out of his body, with the Imperial Tutor as the center, rolling in all directions. Renduxing was surprised. You're not the only one who has a divine artifact, I have one too. The Imperial Tutor sneered, and a white divine light swept out from his body and floated above his head. It was a jade pendant, the size of a palm, the shape of a flame, crystal clear, without any flaws, emitting a bright light. That's... Renduxing's eyes widened in anger. The Imperial Tutor sneered. I believe you should have seen this jade pendant before. Damn it, he actually left you a divine artifact. Damn Qin Badian, are you going to go against me even in death? Renduxing roared again and again, his face extremely ferocious. From his words, it was not hard to tell that the original owner of this jade pendant was also the first emperor. You are no longer the Mu Tianyang from back then. Now, it is no longer the era that you rule. Remember. It's the great Qin Empire now. You, Mu Tianyang, are nothing but a stray dog struggling at death's door. The Imperial Preceptor sneered and shouted, Revive. His quasi-divinity energy surged into the jade pendant. Rumble. The jade pendant suddenly emitted a divine light. It buzzed and trembled. Flames rolled out, turning the void into a sea of fire. However, the strange thing was that this flame was not red, but white. Furthermore, he couldn't feel the slightest bit of heat from the flames. Instead, he felt a great sense of danger. In the blink of an eye, the battle sword and magic crystal had already arrived. One was overflowing with divine might. The might of a single demon could shake the world. The Imperial Preceptor narrowed his eyes and waved his hands. The full moon of the divine art and the sea of fire of the jade pendant roared out, shaking the sky. The four divine objects met in the sky. At this moment, heaven and earth fell into a dead silence. Retreat again. The monkey roared and fled into the distance without looking back. Dongqing and the other 3 sacred beasts immediately followed. Seeing this, the group of enforcers didn't dare to delay for a moment and turned to flee. Rumble. Crack. While they were fleeing, a series of loud noises suddenly sounded, breaking the silence and shaking the earth. The 4 godly items collided crazily in the sky. Waves of destructive aura surged in all directions. Wherever it went, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if doomsday had arrived. It was terrifying. Although Renduxing and the Imperial Preceptor did not fight head-on, the 4 divine objects would suffer serious damage every time they collided. Puff! Blood gushed out of his mouth and his body trembled violently. However, in comparison, Renduxing's mortal body was even worse. Cracks had already appeared on his body like a spider web and his blood was pouring out like a waterfall. If you still have your divine body, I will definitely not be your opponent. But now, you are just a mortal body. How can you fight with me? The Imperial Preceptor sneered. In fact, he was not in a good situation either. Because as a fake god, his divine power and divine sense had not reached the level of the god of war. Therefore, it was still a bit difficult for him to revive the divine object. Just like before. Yigleo's revival of the Real Spacetime Gate had caused great damage to his vitality. He would need to rest for a few days to recover. An ant will always be an ant. You will never know how powerful a real god of war is. A mortal body is still heaven-defying. Renduxing laughed arrogantly. A wisp of divine sense appeared and merged into his body. The cracks all over his body immediately began to heal. The Imperial Preceptor's pupils shrank. But then, his eyes lit up and he said calmly, "If I'm not wrong, you should not have a complete divine soul now. You are just a remnant soul." Renduxing's eyes darkened. He did not expect the Imperial Preceptor to see through it. The Imperial Preceptor sneered, "In the state of a remnant soul, you are still consuming your divine sense like this. Aren't you afraid that your divine sense will be destroyed?" Renduxing said, "Don't worry. Before my divine sense is exhausted, I will definitely send you to hell. Then let's try. Let's see if you send me to hell first or if I will exhaust your divine sense first." The Imperial Preceptor laughed. After confirming this, he was fearless. He went all out and charged into the sky with Renduxing. Dongqing and the others had already retreated thousands of miles away. However, even though they were so far away, the aura that covered the sky and covered the earth caused them to be uncontrollably alarmed. Because they were too far away, they could no longer see the Imperial Preceptor and Renduxing. They could only hear the rumbling from the sky. Even further away. In the sky above a river. A blood-red light streaked across the sky and rushed to the deepest part. It was the inner demons. At this moment, his cultivation had risen to a 5-star combat emperor. His whole body seemed to be bathed in blood and emitted a shocking murderous aura. His current position was still very far from the hinterland. It would take him at least 4 to 6 hours to reach there. But even so, he could still sense the fluctuations of the battle between the Imperial Preceptor and Renduxing. Suddenly, he stopped and looked in the direction of the hinterland. His face was full of playfulness. "Looks like I have to get there as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will miss a wonderful show." He muttered to himself and entered the ancient castle. Mu Qing was like a dead dog lying on the ground weakly. His face was beyond recognition. Fatso was still torturing him. As for Lu Hong and the others, they were all meditating with their eyes closed. But once they sensed the aura of the inner demons, they all opened their eyes. The inner demons glanced at everyone and looked at Fatso. "Stand down." Fatso's gaze trembled. He quickly put down Mu Qing and obediently retreated to the side. If it was Qin Feiyang, he would definitely ignore him. But facing the inner demons, he did not dare to be rash. The inner demons walked in front of Mu Qing and looked down at Mu Qing. He grinned and said, "Let me tell you a piece of good news." Ren Duxing and the Imperial Preceptor are fighting. Mu Qing's expression changed slightly. He could not help but start to worry. The inner demons asked, "Do you want to save him?" My lord is extremely powerful. How can a mere Imperial Preceptor shake him?" Mu Qing laughed loudly. He did not hide his sarcasm. "Yes. Your lord is indeed very strong. But don't forget, he is now in a weakened state." The inner demons laughed mockingly. Hearing this, Mu Qing's laughter came to an abrupt end. As for the Imperial Preceptor, although he is only a pseudo-god, he is at his peak. And the fluctuations of their battle have been coming for a long time. This is enough to show that the Imperial Preceptor has the ability to fight with your lord. The inner demons said. Mu Qing's face became gloomier. The inner demons said, "If you want to save him, quickly use your heavenly eye to calculate their location and coordinates." "Will you be so kind?" Mu Qing sneered. "Of course I'm not so kind. I'm just going to watch the show. How can I miss such a wonderful show? Of course, if I'm in a good mood, I might help your lord." The inner demons laughed. "Help? Do you have the ability?" Mu Qing sneered. "That's not necessarily true." The inner demon snickered. Mu Qing's face was gloomy. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Give me the spiritual sea elixir." Fatso said, "We asked you to calculate their coordinates. What do you want the spiritual sea elixir for?" Mu Qing said angrily, "My cultivation is completely destroyed. How can I open my heavenly eye?" Fatso still wanted to say something. The inner demons waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Give him the spiritual sea elixir. After calculating the coordinates of Ren Duxing and the Imperial Preceptor, you can destroy his cultivation." "You're a bastard!" Mu Qing roared. "No. You're wrong. I'm not a bastard. I'm a demon." The inner demons laughed again and again. Fatso also sneered. He took out a spiritual sea elixir with 5 patterns and threw it to Mu Qing. Mu Qing looked at the two of them gloomily, grabbed the spiritual sea elixir, and threw it into his mouth. The spiritual sea elixir with 5 patterns couldn't repair the Qi Sea in an instant. But the inner demons didn't care about this little bit of time. About half an hour later, Mu Qing finally opened his eyes. There was a strange light in his eyes. A horrifying battlefield was faintly reflected within those eyes, and it was even to the extent that one could faintly see 2 figures fighting madly in the sky. Then, a cold light flashed in the depths of Mu Qing's eyes. He gave the inner demons a coordinate. Fatso immediately prepared to destroy Mu Qing's cultivation. "Wait." The inner demon stretched out his hand. "What's wrong?" Fatso looked at him in confusion. The inner demons ignored him. He looked at Mu Qing and said with a smile, "You're still playing tricks." Mu Qing's pupils shrank. He said angrily, "Didn't you ask for their coordinates? Now that I've given it to you, you say that I'm playing tricks. What do you mean?" The inner demons said jokingly, "The coordinates you gave me should be the coordinates of the center of the battlefield, right?" Hearing this, Mu Qing looked slightly flustered. "The coordinates of the center of the battlefield?" Fatty furrowed his brows, feeling a little confused. But suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and a look of realization appeared on his face. But in his eyes, there was a strong anger surging. He immediately took a step forward and kicked Mu Qing in the chest. Puff! Mu Qing flew out on the spot and hit the wall behind him. Blood spurted out. Chapter 1177. You've gone too far. How terrifying is the battle between the State Preceptor and Ren Duxing. With Boss's cultivation, once he enters the center of the battlefield, he will be instantly obliterated by the battle fluctuations. Not even his bones will be left. You're such a smart person. How can you not think of this? Fatso sneered. Mu Qing's face darkened. He shook his head and said, "I really didn't think of it." "Who are you trying to fool?" Fatso was furious. He rushed forward angrily and slapped Mu Qing's face. Smack! A crisp sound of a slap was heard. Mu Qing's blood-stained face immediately swelled up, and there was a bright red palm print on it. Fatso, you'd better not fall into my hands in the future. Mu Qing roared hysterically. I'm afraid you'll never have such an opportunity. Fatso sneered. Then we'll wait and see. Mu Qing laughed sinisterly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. The inner demons waved his hand and said, let's talk about this later. Give me Dong Qing and Zhang Jin's coordinates. Mu Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a strange light flashed in his eyes again. Soon. He then gave the inner demon a new set of coordinates. The inner demons immediately left the ancient castle, opened a portal, and walked in. Fatso also immediately took action and destroyed Mu Qing's cultivation. Following closely. Painful screams could be heard in the ancient castle. Although half an hour had passed, the battle between Renduxing and the state preceptor was not over yet. The two of them fought fiercely in the sky. Dong Qing, the four sacred beasts, and the group of enforcers each took a side and watched nervously. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blood-red figure descended above Dong Qing's head. This person was the inner demons. As soon as the inner demons appeared, a terrifying murderous aura surged in all directions. Who's there? Whether it was Dong Qing, the four sacred beasts, or the group of enforcers, they all immediately looked up. Immediately, the group of people changed their expressions. How could it be Qin Feiyang? What's up with his cultivation level? What a powerful aura, what a terrifying murderous aura. If it weren't for the fact that he looked exactly like Qin Feiyang, they wouldn't believe that the person in front of them was Qin Feiyang. But the inner demons didn't look at them. As if it was nothing. He raised his head and looked at the sky thousands of miles away. However, it was too far away for him to see clearly. He could only hear the sounds of battle. Of course, he knew about Renduxing. He had two divine weapons, kill him. A shout suddenly exploded, and it was filled with a murderous intent that couldn't be dispersed. The inner demons raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the voice. He wanted to see who was so reckless. It was a burly man in black who had the cultivation of a 6-star combat emperor. The inner demons suddenly said, so it's the enforcers of the inner hall. I was wondering who had the guts to threaten to kill me. You're boasting shamelessly. Although I don't know why your cultivation suddenly became so strong, you'll definitely die in the face of so many of us. The burly man in black sneered. The inner demons looked at them one by one and laughed, you have a lot of people, but I'm afraid you can't kill me. Arrogant. The group of enforcers was furious. Boom. Waves of aura erupted like volcanoes, and the world suddenly trembled. Kill. The burly man in black roared. At that moment, the group of enforcers turned into streams of light, carrying a monstrous murderous aura, and charged toward Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, Dong Qing and the four sacred beasts looked at each other and quietly retreated. The current Qin Feiyang was behaving too strangely. They did not dare to act rashly before they figured it out. The inner demons naturally noticed the small movements of the man and the four sacred beasts, but he did not stop them. He only glanced at them with disdain and then looked back at the group of enforcers. There were 50 to 60 enforcers brought by the imperial tutor this time. In other words, there were 50 to 60 enforcers in front of him, and the weakest one was a 5-star combat emperor. If he did not activate the kill formula, he could only escape from such a terrifying lineup. But now, what he wanted to do was to kill them all in one fell swoop. He had planned to do so before he came. He wanted to use Renduxing to restrain the imperial tutor, while he took the opportunity to kill all his lackeys. The enforcers of the inner hall were the pillars of the great Qin Empire. Imagine, how would the imperial tutor and the emperor react if they lost 50 to 60 enforcers in one fell swoop? They would definitely go crazy with anger. This was the effect that Qin Feiyang wanted. Little bastard, die. The black-robed man took the lead and landed in front of the inner demons. His battle chi roared as he punched the inner demon's face. I have the power of the ancestral bloodline. You scolded me, which is equivalent to scolding the ancestral bloodline. You should be killed. The inner demons shouted coldly with an expressionless face. He raised his arm and slapped the black-robed man's fist. Golden light burst out. Ah! The black-robed man screamed on the spot as his arm was torn open. Immediately after, the inner demons pointed at the black-robed man. An invisible force turned into a vast ocean and drowned the black-robed man. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed man was torn apart by the invisible force, and his blood stained the sky. So powerful. Is he really Qin Feiyang? Dong Qing and the four sacred beasts, who had retreated far away, were shocked when they saw this scene. He killed a 6-star combat emperor in less than 3 breaths. What kind of strength was this? When he left the ruins, he was only a 6-star combat saint. How did he suddenly become a 5-star combat emperor? What happened during the time when they were separated? The other enforcers were also shocked. An old man in black suddenly quivered and shouted, he is no longer the Qin Feiyang we know. Don't hold back. Attack with all your might. Hearing this, everyone's body and mind trembled. They immediately spread out and surrounded the inner demons. They began to practice their battle arts. Boom! Clang! Roar! In an instant, battle arts that were dozens of feet long appeared in the sky. A destructive aura swept across the sky for hundreds of miles. These battle arts included all kinds of weapons and ferocious beasts. However, without exception, they were all perfect battle arts. Every battle art exuded an unparalleled ferocious power. Kill! Dozens of people looked at each other and shouted at the same time. Their killing intent soared through the sky. Boom! Dozens of perfect battle arts were like a meteor shower, attacking Qin Feiyang. So many killing moves. Is he still not dead? Dong Qing whispered. However, a trace of doubt appeared in her eyes. In the face of such a situation, Qin Feiyang's expression did not change. He was not nervous or uneasy. Could it be that these 50 to 60 people together could not threaten him? One had to know. Among these 50 to 60 people, there were many 6-star combat emperors. There were even a dozen 7-star combat emperors. In the face of such a lineup, even an 8-star combat emperor would not dare to let down his guard, let alone Qin Feiyang, who was just a 5-star combat emperor. Boom! Just as Dong Qing was in doubt, the inner demon's body shook and a mighty dragon power broke out from his body. Dragon power. Dong Qing's eyes trembled. That's right. This person had mastered a divine art. Although there was only one word difference between a divine art and a battle art, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. Is it the divine dragon skill? She stared at the inner demons. The inner demon's body was full of mighty dragon power. He looked around and his eyes were as cold as ice. Suddenly, the purple gold dragon aura soared into the sky. A palm-sized divine seal instantly appeared. It is indeed the first move of the divine dragon skill. Dong Qing's body and mind trembled. At the same time, the group of enforcers surrounding the inner demons saw the divine dragon seal appear and their pupils shrank. They were extremely nervous. Moreover, there was a trace of respect in their eyes. This was not respect for Qin Feiyang. It was respect for the first emperor. Don't panic. Although our battle arts are not comparable to a divine art, there are 6-star combat emperors and 7-star combat emperors among us. Their cultivation levels are much higher than his. I don't believe that we can't defeat the divine dragon seal if we join forces. An elder shouted. Hearing this, the other enforcers could not help but look forward to it. Hee hee, you actually want to shake the divine dragon seal. I have to say that you are really naive. But I can't blame you. Because those who don't have a divine art will never know how terrifying a divine art is. The inner demons laughed and his eyes were full of contempt. Boom. Clang clang. Roar roar. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of perfect battle arts suddenly attacked. For a moment, the place was filled with a strong wind and murderous aura. The inner demons was like a god of death, standing proudly in the wind. His blood-red hair danced behind him like a river of blood. Divine dragon seal, protect my divine body. Suddenly, he raised his head and roared. The divine dragon seal soared into the sky and expanded against the wind. Purple gold light burst out like a sun above the inner demon's head. Immediately, wisps of godly light fell from the sky, forming a purple golden light screen that was 3 feet wide. Qin Feiyang stood in the middle of the purple gold light screen and glanced at the enforcers disdainfully. Boom! The next moment, the dozens of perfect battle arts all blasted on the purple gold light screen. In an instant, there was an explosion of endless light. The figure of the inner demons was drowned in the light. Dong Qing shook her head and said, even if the divine dragon technique is a divine art, you shouldn't be so arrogant. No. Sage Monkey shook his head. What do you mean? Dong Qing was surprised. She thought that even if Qin Feiyang didn't die this time, he would pay a heavy price. She didn't expect Sage Monkey to reject her idea. You don't know how powerful the divine dragon technique is. Even if there are hundreds of perfect battle arts, they won't be able to hurt Qin Feiyang at all. Sage Monkey said in a deep voice. His eyes were full of envy for Qin Feiyang. So powerful? Dong Qing was stunned. The power of the divine dragon technique is not something you can imagine. Qin Feiyang's cultivation is not enough now. He can't unleash the true power of the divine dragon technique. Sage Monkey said. That's right. The divine dragon technique you see now is probably less than 1% of its true power. Sage Eagle said with fear in his eyes. Yes. Back then, when Qin Badian used the divine dragon technique, the world trembled and everything surrendered. No one dared to fight with him. To be honest, although we are mortal enemies, sometimes we really admire him for being able to create such a terrifying divine art. Sage Lion and Sage Python also sighed. Chapter 1178. However, just as the 4 sacred beasts finished speaking, the inner demons, Qin Feiyang, who was drowned by the battle arts, suddenly began to weaken. What's going on? Dong Qing was slightly stunned. Looking at the 4 sacred beasts, she said in surprise, didn't you say that those perfect battle arts can't hurt him? Why is his aura weakening now? We don't know either. It doesn't make sense. We are very familiar with the power of the divine dragon technique. Could it be that Qin Feiyang's divine dragon technique is fake? The 4 sacred beasts were also very surprised. At the same time, the group of law enforcers surrounding the inner demons sensed that the inner demon's aura was weakening, and their faces were filled with joy. It seemed that this divine dragon technique was not invincible. Dozens of battle arts exploded and shone brightly. Whether it was the law enforcers or Dong Qing, they could not see the real situation of the inner demons. They could only sense that his aura was constantly weakening. Moreover, the divine dragon seal floating in the air was also slowly disintegrating. Why is this happening? Qin Feiyang's current cultivation is similar to those law enforcers. With the divine dragon technique protecting his body, how can they hurt him? The 4 sacred beasts could not understand. They did not believe that the divine dragon technique that Qin Feiyang mastered was fake. Because the divine dragon seal in front of them was exactly the same as the divine dragon seal used by the first emperor in the past. The inner demon's aura was still weakening. Gradually, it was even difficult to sense his aura. He's dead. Seeing that the aura of the inner demons was about to disappear completely, the law enforcers heaved a sigh of relief. Hee hee, but suddenly, a sinister laugh sounded. He's not dead. The group of law enforcers was stunned. Bang! All of a sudden, the weakened aura of the inner demons soared to its peak state like a volcanic eruption. The fragmented divine dragon seal in the air also instantly solidified, releasing a mighty dragon aura. Immediately after, the inner demons took a step forward and appeared in front of everyone. There were no injuries on his body. His eyes were sharp, and there was no sign of weakness. He was pretending just now. Sage murmured. This little bastard is simply toying with those law enforcement officers like monkeys. Sacred Eagle said furiously. Amazing. Dong Qing whispered. Previously, she was still a little unwilling to believe what she had heard from the four holy beasts. However, the truth was right before her eyes now. 50 to 60 perfect battle arts were actually unable to harm a single strand of his hair. This divine dragon secret art was too terrifying, it had already reached a heaven-defying stage. In the meantime, seeing the inner demons walk out unscathed, the enforcers were dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. The inner demons glanced at them and laughed. Do you really think I'm dead? I'm just kidding. Hearing this, the group of law enforcement officers couldn't help but clench their fists tightly. Their eyes were burning with rage. Teasing them? What did he take them for? Monkey? It was simply unforgivable. A black-robed old man roared, "Activate your fighting souls and chop him into pieces." Roar. Rumble. Clang. Immediately. Following a series of earth-shattering explosions, the fighting souls continued to soar into the sky. There were beast souls, weapon souls, artifact souls, every fighting soul exuded an aura that could destroy the world. After all, as law enforcement officers of the Inner Hall, their fighting souls were definitely not ordinary. Innate special ability, kill. The black-robed old man roared, his murderous aura soaring into the sky. In an instant, everyone activated their fighting soul's innate special ability and turned into a meteor shower, charging toward the inner demons. Hey! The inner demons grinned and suddenly soared into the sky. At the same time, the divine dragon seal instantly grew to thousands of feet tall, like a towering mountain. I'll show you the power of the divine technique. The inner demons waved his hand and the divine dragon seal descended from the sky. Rolling divine power roared in all directions, crushing everything in its path. Crack. Clang. Ow woo. In the blink of an eye, all the innate special abilities were annihilated. The law enforcement officers were no exception. Their bodies and minds were all trembling, blood spurting out from their mouths. Their eyes were filled with fear. So powerful. Dong Qing was also dumbfounded. The fighting soul's innate special ability was even more powerful than the perfect battle arts. However, it was so vulnerable in the face of the divine dragon seal. Run! Suddenly. It was unknown who roared in horror, but the group of law enforcement officers immediately panicked and fled in all directions. Weren't all of you very arrogant just now? Why are you running away now? The inner demon's face was full of disdain. With a wave of his hand, the divine dragon seal slammed into the ground. The ground trembled and the mountains collapsed. Abyssal fissures spread out in all directions like spider webs. In the blink of an eye, this place was shattered and full of devastation. At the same time, more than 10 5-star combat Emperor law enforcement officers could not dodge in time and were killed on the spot by the divine dragon seal. Their flesh and blood flew all over the sky. Although the others escaped, they were also sent flying by the aura of the divine dragon seal. Like meteorites, they crashed into the ground and screamed incessantly. With such terrifying means, who dares to compete with him? Dong Qing muttered to herself. Suddenly, she remembered what Zhang Jin had said not long ago. He wanted to trample Qin Feiyang under his feet. At that time, she did not doubt it. This was because Zhang Jin's cultivation had far surpassed Qin Feiyang's. However, now that she had seen Qin Feiyang's true strength, she could not help but wonder if Zhang Jin could really do it in the face of such a demon-level existence. That's all. The inner demons shook his head and glanced at those law enforcement officers who were in a sorry state. His face was full of contempt. Those law enforcement officers also got up one after another and gathered together. They raised their heads and stared at the inner demons gloomily. Suddenly, one of the black-robed old women had a look of surprise on her face. What's wrong? The other law enforcement officers looked at her suspiciously. The black-robed old woman said in a low voice, "Look at his glabella." Everyone was stunned and looked over. They found that there was a bloody word, "kill," between Qin Feiyang's glabella. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that the word, "kill," was actually absorbing the blood of their dead companions. What is he doing? The group of people was very surprised and bewildered. Boom! Suddenly, the word, "kill," between the inner demons' glabella shot out a dazzling bloody light. The next moment, his cultivation level soared to a 6-star combat emperor. This also meant that the "kill" word had been fully activated. Looking at this scene, whether it was Dong Qing, the 4 sacred beasts, or the law enforcement officers, they were all dumbfounded. Could it be that the change in Qin Feiyang's cultivation level was related to the word "kill"? The next moment, the group of law enforcement officers turned around and ran for their lives. That's right. They were scared. After seeing the power of the divine dragon seal, they no longer had the desire to fight. At this moment, seeing that Qin Feiyang's cultivation level had increased by a small level, they naturally did not dare to continue fighting. Now, there was only fear and despair in their minds. Is this all the law enforcement officers of the inner hall can do? This is so disappointing. The inner demons shook his head and muttered. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! He used the phantom steps and left behind a series of afterimages. He was like the god of death descending to the world, ruthlessly hunting down those law enforcement officers. No, I beg you, ah. Every time he stopped, a law enforcement officer's blood splattered on the spot. Desperate screams resounded throughout the sky and earth. In less than 100 breaths, there were only 10 law enforcement officers left out of the 50 or 60. They were all 7-star combat emperors, but facing Qin Feiyang at this moment, they did not have the slightest courage to resist and fled for their lives. Seeing the inner demons following closely, a black-clothed elder shouted in horror, "Qin Feiyang, don't force us." So what if I force you? The inner demons sneered. They were already at the end of the road and still wanted to threaten him. The black-clothed elder was about to speak. An old woman next to him said, "Don't talk nonsense with him. Although he has the divine dragon technique, his cultivation level is a small level lower than ours. He can't keep up with our speed." Yes. He has a perfect auxiliary skill, so do we. As long as we don't tangle with him, he can't stop us at all. The other 8 people nodded one after another. Hearing this, the black-clothed elder could not help but feel relieved. Is that really the case? But the inner demons behind them sneered. The 10 of them turned their heads to look at the inner demons in shock. Boom! Just as they turned their heads, the inner demon's body shook and activated the soaring dragon technique. His cultivation level instantly soared to 7-star combat emperor. His speed also soared by a large margin. How is this possible? The 10 of them were shocked. How could his cultivation level increase? This is impossible. From a 6-star combat saint to a 7-star combat emperor, it is a whole level higher. This is too ridiculous. In the distance, Dong Qing and the 4 sacred beasts were also dumbfounded. How did he do it? How is it? Are you desperate? The inner demon smiled and glanced at the black-clothed elder and the others. His eyes were full of mischief. Damn it! Why is this happening? The black-clothed elder roared. Because I am Qin Feiyang. Those who offend me must die. The inner demon's eyes were cold like a blade. Looking at the blood-red eyes of the inner demons, the black-clothed elder and the others could not help but shiver. The black-clothed elder roared, "Don't force us to perish together with you." Perish together with you? Are you trying to say that you are going to self-destruct? Hee, then hurry up and self-destruct. Don't waste time. The inner demons shook his head and smiled contemptuously. He raised his hand and waved it. The red sword aura surged and 50 sword shadows appeared. With a shocking sharpness, they slashed toward the 10 of them. Go! The black-clothed elder gritted his teeth and roared at the other 9 companions. He then turned around and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Elder Wu. Seeing this, the other 9 people immediately roared anxiously. Go quickly! The black-clothed elder shouted without turning his head. He stared at the inner demons, Qin Feiyang, and his eyes flashed with madness. Looking at the black-clothed elder's back, the 9 people felt an inexplicable sadness in their hearts. As the law enforcers of the inner hall, when did they fall into such a situation? They had to rely on their companions to self-destruct to fight for the hope of survival. How sad. We can't let elder brother Wu die in vain. Go quickly! An old woman roared. She used a perfect auxiliary technique and left without looking back. The other 8 people took a deep look at the black-clothed elder. They also turned around and ran for their lives. The inner demons looked at the 9 people and looked at the black-clothed elder. His face was full of sarcasm. Little bastard, go to hell together. The black-clothed elder smiled coldly. His body suddenly exploded in the void. Chapter 1179. The self-destruction of a 7-star combat emperor was terrifying. It was no exaggeration to say that even a 9-star combat emperor would not be able to escape death. But the inner demons was not nervous at all. Swish! In an instant, he disappeared in the void. Saint Monkey sighed, it's no problem to use self-destruction to kill others, but it won't work on Qin Feiyang. Yes. Dong Qing nodded. Qin Feiyang had the castle. Even if all of them self-destructed together, it would not be a threat to him. Of course. Everyone understood that the black-clothed old man's self-destruction was not to kill Qin Feiyang, but to buy time for his companions to escape. Elder Wu, don't worry, you won't die in vain. The old woman and the others who had fled to the distance looked back at the place where the black-clothed old man had self-destructed, their eyes flashing with hatred. Return to the imperial capital immediately and report this to His Majesty. The old woman opened a portal. The imperial preceptor was restrained by Renduxing and could not protect himself, so they could only leave the magic dragon mountain range and return to the imperial capital to get reinforcements. Seeing this, Saint Monkey's expression changed, and he shouted, we can't let them leave, otherwise when the reinforcements from the imperial capital arrive, not only will Qin Feiyang be in danger, but we will also be in trouble. Don't worry, Qin Feiyang will not let them return to the imperial capital alive. Right now, what I'm worried about is that after we kill those law enforcers, Qin Feiyang might also kill us. Dong Qing said worriedly. Saint Eagle said, don't panic, act according to the situation. During the conversation, the old woman and the others had already entered the portal. At this time, the inner demons also appeared. He stood on the broken ground below, looking at the portal in the distance, his eyes flickering. It was definitely too late to intercept them now. But it was impossible to slip away from his hands. Swish! He waved his hand, opened a portal, and walked in without looking back. When the portal dissipated, Dong Qing and the 4 saint beasts breathed a sigh of relief. Dong Qing said, he must have gone to intercept those 9 people. What should we do now? Sage Monkey said in a deep voice, let's find a place to hide first. When His Majesty kills the Imperial Preceptor, we won't have to be afraid of him anymore. 1 man and 4 beasts immediately soared into the sky, and rushed towards a forest. They had been scared out of their wits by the inner demons. Without renduxing, they didn't dare to face the inner demons. In the sky above the capital of his state. Whoosh! A blood-red figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than the inner demons, Qin Feiyang. Surging murderous aura covered the sky and covered the earth. The entire city was immediately engulfed in a sea of killing intent. Everyone was alarmed and terrified. Everyone was in danger. Who? A loud shout was heard. A black-clothed young man flew into the sky with a serious expression on his face. It was precisely Tan Wu. After parting ways with Qin Feiyang, he went straight back to the city to visit his friends and family. At this very moment, he was drinking with some friends in a restaurant. However, he did not expect that a murderous aura would suddenly descend. This murderous aura made even him feel fear. However, when he flew into the sky and saw Qin Feiyang, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Was this Qin Feiyang? The inner demons said telepathically, "Give me the coordinates of the teleportation altar from his state to the imperial capital immediately." Tan Wu was surprised. Cut the crap, hurry up. The inner demons thought to himself, a bloody light surging in his eyes. Tan Wu's eyes flashed, and he immediately gave the inner demons the coordinates secretly. The inner demons also immediately opened the teleportation portal and walked in. What a terrifying murderous aura. Is he Qin Feiyang? Why is he different from the last time he appeared? 5 or 6 young men and women flew into the sky and stood beside Tan Wu, asking with lingering fear. Tan Wu shook his head. The Qin Feiyang who had just appeared, except for the same face, was completely different from the Qin Feiyang of the past. Therefore, he couldn't be sure. A young woman asked, "Then what did he come to the city for?" Tan Wu said, "I don't know." He left without saying a word. Now, he definitely had to cut ties with Qin Feiyang, otherwise, a disaster would befall him. In a canyon, a white-haired old man and a middle-aged man stood side by side on a mountain peak, looking a little upset. These two people. The white-haired old man was Tan Wu's master, the previous mansion master. The middle-aged man was the current mansion master. And the one who made them upset was Qin Feiyang. They couldn't understand why Qin Feiyang suddenly came to their estate. Swish! Suddenly, 9 bloody figures appeared. It was the old woman and the others. What happened? Seeing the 9 people, the 2 men's faces changed, and they hurried to greet them. How could the old woman and the others have the mood to pay attention to them now? After appearing, they immediately rushed down. In the middle of the canyon, there was a small wooden house, and the teleportation altar was under this small wooden house. The 9 people rushed into the small wooden house one after another. What's the situation? The white-haired old man and the middle-aged man stood above the canyon, looking at each other. Under the small wooden house, there was a secret room. The teleportation altar stood in the middle of the secret room, emitting a cold luster. The old woman and the others entered the secret room, looked at each other, and immediately activated their battle chi to revive the teleportation altar. Boom! Just as the teleportation altar was being revived, a shocking murderous aura suddenly descended above the canyon. Not good. He's chasing us. The 9 people's faces changed. Go up quickly. The old woman shouted. The 9 people quickly jumped onto the teleportation altar, and the inner demons were also roaring. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Just as they were about to be teleported away, a terrifying dragon aura spread over the canyon. The inner demons stood above the canyon, and above their heads, the divine dragon seal shone brightly. Not far away, the white-haired old man and the middle-aged man felt the terrifying divine aura, and their bodies trembled, and their faces turned pale. People like them, when had they ever seen a divine art? So they were scared silly. And Qin Feiyang's current appearance, as well as the murderous aura all over his body, made them extremely terrified. Destroy. In the blink of an eye. The inner demons glanced at the canyon below and spat out 2 words coldly. Rumble. The divine dragon seal instantly carried a destructive aura and blasted into the canyon. With a loud bang, the entire canyon was instantly turned into ashes, including the small wooden house and the secret room. The old woman and the others, who were about to be teleported away, were sent flying, and blood spurted out of their mouths. No, they were in despair. They were so close to returning to the imperial capital, but now they could only watch as the teleportation altar was getting further and further away from them. They were filled with hatred. Qin Feiyang, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The old woman roared, and her physical body suddenly exploded. Seeing this, the other 8 people smiled miserably and self-destructed their physical bodies as well. 9 7-star combat emperors self-destructed at the same time, and it was not a joke. Even the inner demons did not dare to take any chances. He immediately turned around and dashed toward the white-haired old man and the middle-aged man. If he did not take action, these 2 people would definitely die. When he arrived in front of the 2 of them, he grabbed their shoulders and instantly disappeared without a trace. Rumble. Crack. That terrifying airwave swept across heaven and earth. The mountains and rivers shattered, and the earth collapsed. This was a scene of misery and suffering. Even the capital of his state could feel the destructive aura. Only the teleportation altar was like a stubborn stone. No matter how big the impact was, it was not damaged at all. Inside the ancient castle, the inner demons lowered his head and crossed his arms in front of his chest, as if he was thinking about something. The white-haired old man and the middle-aged man still had a terrified look on their faces. They had never seen such a scene in their lives. Therefore, it was difficult for them to calm down in a short period of time. Time passed quietly. The storm outside gradually calmed down. Master, Mansion Master, where are you? Suddenly, an anxious shout could be heard in the castle. The inner demons finally raised his head, glanced at the white-haired old man and the middle-aged man, and then left the ancient castle. He immediately saw Tan Wu standing alone in the sky, his face full of anxiety. Tan Wu also sensed the inner demon's aura at the first moment. He immediately rushed to the front of the inner demons, grabbed the inner demon's clothes, and roared, "Why are you doing this? What do you mean?" The inner demons raised his eyebrows. "You were the only one who came here previously. If you didn't do all of this, who did it? Tell me immediately, have you already killed my master and the mansion master?" Tan Wu roared, his eyes bloodshot. It could be seen that he cared a lot about the white-haired old man and the middle-aged man. The inner demon said expressionlessly, "If I say that I've already killed them, what do you want?" Tan Wu's face turned pale as he roared hysterically, "What did they do wrong? Why are you treating them like this? Answer my question." The inner demons shouted with a majesty that could not be defied. Tan Wu said word by word, "If you really killed them, I definitely won't let it go, even though old Senior Qin has groomed me." "Not bad, you have a backbone." The inner demons nodded. With a wave of his hand, the white-robed old man and the middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. "Master. Mansion Master." Seeing the 2 of them appear unscathed, Tan Wu could not help but be stunned. "You have to thank me. If not for me, they would already be dead." The inner demons smiled coldly. Then, he opened the teleportation gate and left without looking back. Tan Wu glanced at the teleportation gate, turned to look at the white-haired old man, and asked, "Master, what's going on?" The 2 of them were still in a daze. "Master!" Tan Wu shouted loudly. The white-haired old man's body trembled before he came back to his senses. He looked at Tan Wu and said, "Why are you here?" Tan Wu said, "Just now, I was in the state capital and sensed a very terrifying destructive fluctuation coming from here, so I rushed over to take a look." "What exactly happened?" "It's Qin Feiyang. He's chasing after the enforcers of the temple. Those 9 enforcers even self-destructed." The white-haired old man whispered. At the thought of Qin Feiyang's methods back then, he could not help but tremble. His old face was also filled with fear that could not be resolved. Chasing after enforcers, self-destructing. When Tan Wu heard this, his brows furrowed tightly together. But very soon, he thought of a rough idea. After all, he knew many things and it was not hard to imagine. However, he was truly shocked in his heart. Not only did he chase after the enforcers of the inner hall, he even forced them to self-destruct their bodies. When did this guy possess such tyrannical strength? Suddenly, the white-haired old man looked at Tan Wu and said suspiciously, "Just now, I seem to have vaguely heard you say that someone has nurtured you. What's going on?" Tan Wu's heart skipped a beat. Seeing this, a deep sense of uneasiness surged in the white-haired old man's heart as he said in a deep voice, "Are you colluding with Qin Feiyang?" "No, no." Tan Wu hurriedly waved his hands. "If not, why did he save us?" The white-haired old man frowned. This question, Tan Wu's brows furrowed tightly. He really did not know how to answer. The white-haired old man said, "I want to hear the truth." The middle-aged man also looked at Tan Wu with a serious expression. Tan Wu rubbed his head and looked at the two of them. These things are very complicated and difficult to explain clearly. In short, you have to remember that everything that you saw today must be buried in your stomachs forever. Otherwise, at this point, Tan Wu's gaze darkened slightly. Otherwise what? The two of them looked at him nervously. Tan Wu said, "Otherwise, when Qin Feiyang comes to kill you, even I won't be able to stop him." The two of them trembled. Tan Wu continued, "Also, the people from the capital will definitely come to interrogate you. At that time, no matter what they ask, you have to say that you don't know." "All right." The two of them nodded. Tan Wu glanced at the two of them and raised his head, looking in the direction of the demonic Dragon Mountain range. Chapter 1180. At the same time, the hinterland of the magic Dragon Mountain range. Ren Duxing and the Imperial Preceptor were locked in a fierce battle, and divine blood was sprinkled all over the sky. The battle between the two had reached its climax. The divine might swept in all directions, shattering the earth and shaking the sky. And somewhere in the void 1,000 miles away, a blood-colored figure appeared out of thin air. It was the inner demons. He looked up at the sky and laughed sinisterly. "Fight, fight to your heart's content. After killing those small fries, I'll come and collect your corpses." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the inner demons. He retracted his gaze and scanned the surrounding mountains and rivers, looking for traces of Dongqing and the four sacred beasts. The law enforcers of the inner hall had been wiped out, and now it was naturally Dongqing and the others' turn. Moreover, compared to those law enforcers, he wanted to kill Dongqing and the four sacred beasts more. Did they run away? But can you run away? Not finding any trace of Dongqing and the others nearby, the inner demons smiled sinisterly. With a slight thought, Wolf King appeared out of thin air. The inner demons said, "Track their scent." Wolf King closed his eyes and searched carefully. As soon as he opened his eyes, a bright light shot out. Obviously, he had already tracked the scent of Dongqing and the four sacred beasts. But just as he was about to speak, the inner demons waved his hand and said, "Wait." Wolf King looked at him in confusion. The inner demons waved his hand and activated the concealment technique. One man and one wolf instantly disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Wolf King was even more puzzled. "Let's not talk about Dongqing first, let's talk about the four sacred beasts. They are all old monsters who have lived for tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Naturally, they are not stupid. Now, they must be hiding somewhere, watching us. If they see us looking for them, what do you think they will do?" The inner demons asked. Wolf King said, "Is there a need to ask? They will definitely escape from the magic Dragon Mountain range immediately. Yes. Although I don't know where they are hiding now, they must be a little far away from us. If they open the portal and leave now, we won't be able to stop them." The inner demons sneered. I see. So you activated the concealment art to deceive their eyes, so that they wouldn't be able to guess what we were trying to do. Wolf King said in realization. That's right. The inner demons nodded. Wolf King's pupils contracted. Although these guys were inner demons, sometimes, they were even more terrifying than Qin Feiyang himself. The inner demons sneered, let's settle old and new scores with them today. Let's go. Wolf King's eyes also flashed with a cold light. Simultaneously. 200 or 300 meters away, there was a desolate valley. The valley was not very big, but the mountains on all sides were very majestic. At this moment, Dong Qing and the 4 sacred beasts were standing on top of a mountain on the right side of the valley, watching the inner demons and Wolf King from afar. But suddenly, seeing the inner demons and Wolf King disappear, Dong Qing's heart skipped a beat. Where did they go? The sage monkey said, that goes without saying. He must have gone to the castle. No. Dong Qing shook her head. What do you mean? The sage monkey frowned. Dong Qing said in a deep voice, if I didn't go to Iron Ox Town, I would think so too. But now, it's hard to say. Iron Ox Town. The 4 sacred beasts were suspicious. I remember that when I was chasing after Zhang Jin, he also suddenly disappeared. We all thought that he went to the castle, but we didn't expect that in the next moment, he actually appeared in front of Zhang Jin. Dong Qing said. There's such a thing. The 4 sacred beasts' faces changed. Yes. Dong Qing nodded, then frowned and said, I'm thinking, can his castle be moved now? The 4 sacred beasts looked at each other. Not good. Suddenly, Dong Qing's face suddenly changed, and she shouted, let's leave the Magic Dragon Mountain Range. Leave. The 4 sacred beasts were stunned. That's right. You saw it just now. Before Qin Feiyang disappeared, Ruffian Wolf appeared. Dong Qing said. Yes. Is there a problem? The 4 sacred beasts were puzzled. This is a big problem because Ruffian Wolf has the ability to track scent. It appeared just now. Maybe it was tracking our scent. If that's the case, then Qin Feiyang's disappearance is deliberately to deceive us, so that we don't know what he wants to do. Maybe he's already in front of us now. Dong Qing scanned the void in front of her, and her eyes became incomparably sharp. Hearing this, the 4 sacred beasts' hair stood on end. Their eyes were full of vigilance as they scanned the void around them. If it was the previous Qin Feiyang, even if he stood in front of them, they would not be afraid. However, the current Qin Feiyang was too scary. Even if they had the body of a pseudo-god, they did not dare to be careless. The more they thought about it, the more flustered and scared they became. The sacred monkey shouted, leave the Magic Dragon Mountain Range immediately. Dong Qing took out a portal and quickly opened it. The 4 sacred beasts immediately turned around and rushed into the portal as if they were running for their lives. Just as they were about to be teleported away, a terrifying murderous aura emerged, and the portal instantly shattered. Dong Qing and the 4 sacred beasts immediately fell out of the shattered portal, but without any delay, they immediately gathered together, back to back, looking nervously at the void. The void was still empty. Dong Qing, I found that I really underestimated you in the past. You can actually guess my intentions. Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded. Dong Qing's face sank, and she shouted, don't pretend to be mysterious, get out here. As you wish. The inner demon snickered. The next moment, the inner demons and Wolf King both appeared in the void in front of them, only 3 or 4 meters away from them. How is it? Wolf King grinned. What do you mean? Dong Qing said in a deep voice. Wolf King laughed and said, the feeling of seeing hope, but instantly falling into despair. How is it? Dong Qing said gloomily, you did it on purpose. Yes. In fact, we have been standing here for a long time. The reason why we didn't kill you immediately is to let you think that you can leave the Magic Dragon Mountain Range alive. Wolf King said. Dongqing's eyes were gloomy. Boom! The four sacred beasts suddenly went berserk and pounced toward the Wolf King. As for the current Qin Feiyang, they did not have the slightest bit of certainty. Thus, they shifted their target to the ingrate. The white-eyed wolf was just a battle saint. With their strength, it would be easy to take down the white-eyed wolf. As long as they could take down the white-eyed wolf, Qin Feiyang would naturally submit. But what they didn't know was that the one controlling this body was the inner demons. Even if they captured the white-eyed wolf, the inner demons would not hesitate. Moreover, the inner demons would not give them the chance. Boom! He took a step forward and stood in front of the Wolf King. His surging aura roared. He didn't even make a move. With just a wave of his aura, the four sacred beasts and Dongqing were sent flying, crashing into a group of rocks behind them. Dongqing was even worse. Although her cultivation had already stepped into the War King, her physical body was far inferior to the four sacred beasts. After all, no matter what, the bodies of the four sacred beasts were all pseudo-gods. This level of impact would at most cause them pain for a while, but it wouldn't cause them any real damage. However, Dongqing, facing Qin Feiyang's current aura, was immediately covered in blood. Let's split up. She got up in a sorry state and gloomily looked at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. Then, she shouted at the four sacred beasts and turned around to escape. The four sacred beasts looked at each other and immediately turned into a stream of light, fleeing in four different directions. If they split up and escaped, if they were lucky, one or two of them might be able to escape. If they were to escape together, there was no doubt that they would all be wiped out. However, the idea was good, but the reality was cruel. The inner demons' body shook, and the Emperor's aura roared out, rushing toward the woman and the four sacred beasts. In the blink of an eye, the woman and the four sacred beasts were imprisoned in the void. Break for me! Dongqing roared and instantly broke the restraint of the pressure and continued to escape. Roar! Chirp! The four sacred beasts roared again and again, forcibly breaking through the pressure. The inner demons was slightly stunned. Then, he patted his forehead and shook his head. I forgot that you have all opened the gate of potential. Dongqing must have opened the 7th level of the gate of potential. As for the four sacred beasts, it was even more impossible for Qin Feiyang to imprison them with his current aura. After all, they were pseudo-gods. Moreover, they had followed Mu Tianyang for a long time. They must have opened the gate of potential long ago. They might even have opened the 8th level. The inner demons waved his hand, and Yen Wei, Viper, and Dan Wangkai appeared. Then, the inner demons looked at the three of them and said indifferently, pick one, I will take care of the rest. Whether it was his eyes or his posture, they were full of disdain for Dongqing and the four sacred beasts. Yen Wei glanced at the woman and the four sacred beasts, and his gaze locked onto Dongqing. Because the last time in the ruins, he and Dongqing had not determined the winner. Whoosh! Immediately, he used the 9 steps of the heavenly demon and chased after Dongqing. Dan Wangcai's opponent was the sacred eagle. As for Viper, he naturally chose the sacred python. The reason was very simple. The sacred python was an old poisonous creature. The inner demons glanced at the three of them and laughed, then the sacred lion and the sacred monkey are my opponents. Leave the sacred lion to me. Wolf King suddenly said. The inner demons was startled. Wolf King said confidently, although my cultivation is not as good as it, I am still confident that I can restrain it. That's fine. The inner demons nodded. Boom! Wolf King activated the Berserker's Fury and instantly turned into a muscular wolf. His aura soared as he used the Void Escape step and rushed towards the sacred lion. Not bad. It's about to grow up. The inner demons glanced at the backs of Wolf King and Yen Wei, and a rare smile crept onto his face. Whoosh! Following closely. His gaze turned cold as he took a step forward and chased after the sacred monkey like lightning. The sacred monkey's cultivation had already recovered to the level of a 3-star combat emperor. With the perfect support technique, its speed was comparable to a 7-star combat emperor. However, Qin Feiyang's cultivation had already reached the level of a 7-star combat emperor under the buff of the soaring dragon art. So, when he activated the phantom steps, he appeared in front of the sacred monkey in less than 10 breaths. Seeing this, the sacred monkey's pupils constricted as it immediately turned in the air and fled in another direction. The inner demons shook his head and laughed mockingly. He took a step forward and stood in front of the sacred monkey again. The sacred monkey didn't dare to fight. It tried its best to escape, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get rid of the inner demons. The inner demons teased, "A dignified fake god can only run for your life now. Do you feel especially aggrieved?" "Shut up!" the sacred monkey roared. "When you were at your peak, you probably wouldn't even look at someone as weak as me, right? Actually, I didn't expect that there would be such a day where I would force a fake god to jump up and down. I feel that even if I die now, it's worth it." The inner demons chuckled and continued to torture the sacred monkey's heart. Chapter 1181. "Bastard, I'll kill you." The holy monkey exploded. It stopped running away. With a roar, it turned around and swung its millstone-sized fists at the inner demons. The inner demons sneered and stepped forward to counter with a palm. Boom! The fists and palms met. The holy monkey was sent flying and crashed into the ground. With a loud boom, a deep pit appeared. But it immediately got up and rushed into the sky, laughing. "I have the body of a false god. With your strength, you'll never be able to kill me. Do you understand?" After saying that, it waved its fists and its battle aura was like a waterfall. 2 huge fists flew across the sky, exuding a shocking divine power. Divine art. The inner demons narrowed its eyes. Hee, as a former false god, is it strange to have a divine art? Go to hell. The holy monkey laughed angrily. The 2 huge fists shook violently in the void, exuding a destructive power, and blasted toward the inner demons. "So what if I have a divine art? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog." The inner demon smiled disdainfully and raised its hand to slap the fists. A golden light surged out and covered the sky. It was dazzling. Boom! When the golden light and the 2 huge fists collided, the 2 huge fists suddenly changed sides and blasted the holy monkey's huge body like 2 mountains. Ah! The holy monkey screamed in pain and was blasted into the ground again. However, its divine body was too strong. Even after such a terrifying impact, it was not injured at all. It jumped up and looked at Qin Feiyang, laughing. "I have a divine body. You can't kill me. Instead, you will be exhausted to death by me." Clang! However, before it finished speaking, an ear-piercing sound resounded in the sky. The holy monkey looked in the direction of the sound. The arrogance on its face disappeared and was replaced by fear. A dagger was floating in front of the inner demons. The dagger was pure white, like a peerless jade. It was very beautiful, but no one dared to look down on such a dagger. Because it was Chang Shui. The inner demons grabbed Chang Shui and said playfully, "Now, let's see if your skin is tougher or if my Chang Shui is sharper." Finished speaking, he turned into a streak of light and charged towards the saint monkey. The monkey's expression changed. One had to know. This dagger could easily cut through Mu Tianyang's divine bones, let alone a mere false god's body. It turned around and fled. The arrogance from before was gone, leaving only fear in his heart. But with its current speed, how could it escape the pursuit of the inner demons? However, the inner demons did not kill it directly. He chased after it and waved the Chang Shui. Suddenly, blood gushed out, and a wound appeared on the saint monkey's back. Blood was gushing out. This is the blood of a false god. Don't waste it. The inner demons quickly used the kill formula, and the blood flowed towards his glabella. When the blood was absorbed by the kill symbol art, he couldn't help but be startled. He found that the blood did not disappear after being absorbed by the kill formula. Instead, it was transformed into a pure energy and flowed into his body. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the energy was strengthening his body. He even found that his cultivation was increasing little by little. Although the increase was not obvious, it was there. In other words, the blood could not only strengthen his body, but also increase his cultivation. This discovery made him wild with joy. He never expected that the blood of a false god would have such a wonderful effect. Suddenly, he thought of another question. Since the blood had such an effect, wouldn't the saint monkey's flesh and blood be even more effective? He raised his head and looked at the saint monkey that was running away frantically. A bright smile appeared on his face. He had not tasted the flesh and blood of a divine beast. Whoosh! He used the phantom steps and caught up with the saint monkey in the blink of an eye. He slashed down and a piece of divine beast meat fell. The inner demons grabbed the divine beast meat and then took out the nether devil flame. He chased after the saint monkey while roasting the divine beast meat. Very soon, the aroma of roasted meat spread out. The aroma of the divine beast meat was more fragrant than the meat of ordinary beasts. What's that smell? It smells so good. The saint monkey also smelled the aroma of the roasted meat and turned to look suspiciously. When it saw the divine beast meat in the inner demon's hands, the saint monkey was so angry that it spurted out blood. Qin Feiyang, you've gone too far. It roared again and again. He actually roasted the meat on its body in front of it. This was too much. A warrior would rather die than be humiliated. It suddenly turned around and rushed toward the inner demons. Its fierce eyes were filled with blood. That gaze was as if it could not wait to cut the inner demons into 8 pieces and destroy their bones. However, the inner demons just glanced at it indifferently and then lowered its head to look at the divine beast meat. Its brows were tightly knitted together. Although the aroma of the meat wafted out, this piece of divine beast meat was still raw after being roasted for so long. After all, this is divine beast meat. How can an ordinary alchemy fire cook it? I'll just have to make do with it. The inner demons shook its head and threw the piece of divine beast meat into its mouth. Immediately, an indescribable aroma overflowed in its mouth. It smells so good. The inner demons closed its eyes and revealed an intoxicated look. And this meat contained an extremely large amount of extremely pure energy. This energy flowed along its meridians and rushed to its limbs and bones. It felt that whether it was its physical body or spirit, they were instantly sublimated. Puff! However, looking at the inner demons leisurely tasting its divine beast meat in front of it, the saint monkey was so angry that a mouthful of blood spurted out from its mouth. It was crazy. After roaming the world for tens of thousands of years, it had never suffered such humiliation. The inner demons opened its eyes and commented, "This taste is not bad. It's just that this meat is too rough." Puff! The saint monkey spat out another mouthful of blood. Its fierce eyes were blood-red. "Bastard, die with me." It howled towards the sky and rushed in front of the inner demons. Without hesitation, without any nostalgia, it directly self-destructed its physical body. The inner demons was shocked and hurriedly hid in the ancient castle. Although the saint monkey was now a 3-star combat emperor, its physical body was a real false god's body. In other words, it was equivalent to a false god's self-destruction. The self-destruction of a false god, who dared to treat it as a joke. Boom! An earth-shattering sound suddenly exploded in this place. Woo-woo! Kacha! Immediately, a violent wind blew in this area. The void crazily collapsed and the earth shook violently. It was like an unprecedented earthquake. What's the situation? At this moment, whether it was Wolf King, Yen Wei, or Dong Qing and the 3 saint beasts, they all involuntarily stopped and looked over. Without exception, When they saw the apocalyptic scene, their faces changed and they frantically ran for their lives. Rumble. Wind and thunder intertwined and the sky changed color. Within the range of their vision, the giant peaks were like rice straws in a paddy field, collapsing one after another. In an instant, they turned into nothingness. What exactly happened? Where are Qin Fei Yang and the Saint Monkey? Chapter 1182. At the same time. At the top of the sky. Two divine consciousnesses surged over. It was the divine consciousnesses of the State Preceptor and Ren Duxing. The explosion of the Holy Monkey was too powerful. Although they were thousands of miles away, they could still sense it. Therefore, they immediately released their divine consciousnesses to check the situation. Everything was within their divine consciousnesses. What's the situation? If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but when he did, he was shocked. The two of them were petrified. Where were the law enforcers? Why were they all gone? Did the Holy Monkey also disappear? Very soon. They found Yen Wei, Wolf King, Viper, and Dan Wangkai. Of course, they knew that Wolf King and Yen Wei were Qin Fei Yang's men. In other words, Qin Fei Yang was here. However, they did not find any trace of Qin Fei Yang on the battlefield. What the hell is going on? The State Preceptor murmured. Could it be that all the law enforcers were killed? How could this be possible? One had to know. The law enforcers brought here this time were at least 5-star combat emperors. With the strength of Qin Fei Yang's group, even if they joined forces with Ren Duxing's subordinates, it was impossible. Suddenly, in the mountains below, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was the inner demons. He looked at Yen Wei and the rest and shouted, "Why are you all standing there in a daze? End the battle quickly." When he came out of the ancient castle, he sensed the divine consciousnesses of the State Preceptor and Ren Duxing. In other words, everything here had been seen by the two of them. Therefore, this battle could not be dragged on any longer. It had to be ended as soon as possible in case the two of them came here. Boom! Hearing the voice of the inner demons, Wolf King and Yen Wei quivered and immediately attacked Dong Qing and the three sacred beasts with all their might. Dong Qing and the three sacred beasts also began to counterattack. A fierce battle began again. It is indeed Qin Fei Yang. But how did his cultivation suddenly become so strong? At the top of the sky. Ren Duxing and the State Preceptor were in disbelief. The kill character formula was Qin Fei Yang's strongest trump card, so it had always been kept a secret. The only time he revealed it was when he stole the divine crystals and was caught by Mu Qing. In order to escape, he told Mu Qing the secret of the kill character art. However, not long after, the real spacetime portal was snatched away by the snow python. Therefore, Mu Qing had no way to inform Lu Xingqian. As such, neither Ren Duxing nor the imperial tutor knew the secret of the kill formula. Simultaneously, the inner demons glanced at Dong Qing and the three holy monkeys with a cold glint in their eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, he used phantom step and rushed towards Saint Lion like lightning. The white-eyed wolf's fighting soul and skills were indeed powerful, but his cultivation was not as high as the holy lion's. Seeing the inner demons charging over, the holy lion couldn't help but feel anxious. Get out of my way! With a roar, battle aura rolled out and a huge beast claw appeared out of nowhere. As soon as the beast claw appeared, the sky changed color. The terrifying divine power shook the heavens. Obviously, this was a divine art. Humph! The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly, and that huge body expanded again. In the end, it turned into a muscular wolf that was hundreds of feet long. Its ferocious power was impressive, and its aura skyrocketed. This was no longer the fury of the berserker, but the fury of the mad god. Although there was only a difference of one word, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. Because the fury of the berserker was only a superior battle art, but the fury of the mad god was a perfect battle art. Of course, Compared to the holy lion's divine art, the fury of the mad god was still a long way off. However, the white-eyed wolf did not retreat at all. It waved its mountain-like fist and punched the beast claw. Boom! Without any suspense, the white-eyed wolf's fist was instantly shattered, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Its huge body also cracked open, and it was dripping with blood. Like a meteorite, it smashed into the ground below. How dare you use a mere battle art to fight against a divine art? You're overestimating yourself. The holy lion smiled disdainfully, and the beast claw slammed down, aiming at the white-eyed wolf. If this attack hit, the white-eyed wolf would definitely die. Haven't you figured it out yet? You're the ones who overestimate yourselves. However, at this moment, the inner demons descended from the sky like a divine weapon and slammed down on the white-eyed wolf. A golden light roared out. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the beast claw immediately turned in the air and slammed into the holy lion's body. Roar! The holy lion wailed on the spot and was sent flying. However, like the holy monkey, it had the body of a false god. This kind of attack was nothing to it. However, in the face of the inner demons, it had no courage to fight, just like the holy monkey. It turned and fled. The inner demons looked down at the white-eyed wolf and frowned. Are you all right? The white-eyed wolf shook its head. It was not all right. Its injuries were very serious, and it was even life-threatening. However, it did not want to admit that it was very depressed. In the past, no matter what, it had always fought side by side with Qin Feiyang, and they had gone through thick and thin together. However, it slowly realized that it could no longer help Qin Feiyang. It had been working very hard and had been cultivating in seclusion. However, the gap between it and Qin Feiyang had not narrowed. Instead, it had widened. It was fine for a short period of time, but after a long time, even it could not help but start to doubt its own ability. It was precisely because of this that it took the initiative to ask to fight the Holy Lion. It wanted to prove itself. However, the result made it even more discouraged. If the inner demons had not saved it in time, it would have died in the hands of the Holy Lion. Looking at the white-eyed wolf, the inner demons raised its eyebrows and said lightly, "With your talent, you will become an overlord of the world sooner or later. However, if you are discouraged now, your cultivation and achievements will stop here forever. And I don't need someone like you by my side." The white-eyed wolf's gaze trembled. The inner demon said, "There is still a long way to go. Whether it is me or the original body, we need you to accompany us." The white-eyed wolf looked up at the inner demons, and its eyes were filled with tears. The inner demons waved its hand impatiently and said, "Stop being so pretentious. Go to the castle and recuperate." The white-eyed wolf nodded, and its body quickly shrank. It laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a gentle side." Gentle? The inner demon's face twitched. With a wave of its hand, it sent the white-eyed wolf to the castle. Then, it looked up at the fleeing holy lion, and its eyes became extremely sharp, like the edge of a blade. "How dare you hurt my companion? How many lives do you have to kill?" He held the Chang Shui in his hand, used the phantom steps, and chased after the holy lion at lightning speed. He stomped on the holy lion's back. The holy lion's huge body suddenly fell down involuntarily. The holy lion panicked and roared in horror, "What are you doing?" And the holy lion, "What did you do to it?" "It was too weak. I only roasted a piece of its meat, and it self-destructed." The inner demon snickered. "What? Self-destruction?" The holy lion's gaze trembled. At the top of the sky, Ren Duxing could not help but tremble. Not only could he observe the situation below with his divine sense, but he could also hear Qin Feiyang's voice. He actually forced the holy lion to self-destruct its divine body. He was furious. Swoosh! He directly abandoned the imperial advisor, turned into a stream of light, and rushed down with the two divine artifacts. "Where do you want to go?" However, With a flash, the Imperial Advisor appeared in front of Renduxing and sneered. Get lost! Renduxing roared, his divine sense surged, and the two divine artifacts with the power to destroy the world rushed towards the Imperial Advisor. Seeing your subordinates being killed one by one, you must be very anxious. Despair. The Imperial Advisor smiled coldly. The full moon rose, the jade pendant awakened, and collided with the two divine artifacts. Boom! The two's bodies shook, blood spurted out, and they each retreated a few hundred feet. Renduxing shouted, "Not to mention me, those lackeys you brought, I'm afraid they have already died in his hands." The Imperial Advisor's eyes darkened slightly, and he snorted coldly, "Even if what you said is true, it doesn't matter, because now, we only have one common enemy, and that is you." Finished. The Imperial Advisor took the initiative to attack Renduxing. "Ha, for me, you actually joined forces with Qin Feiyang, you are really magnanimous." Renduxing laughed loudly, full of ridicule. "Don't treat this Imperial Advisor as a fool, your little trick of sowing discord is useless." The Imperial Advisor sneered. Boom! A divine battle once again broke out in the sky. Below. Accompanied by a loud bang, the Holy Lion smashed heavily into the ground, and all the bones in its body were about to fall apart. The inner demons was still standing on its back, like a demon god, causing people to tremble. "No one will have any objections if you kill the monkey, but why do you have to humiliate it?" The Holy Lion roared. "Humiliate?" The inner demons was taken aback. The Holy Lion roared, "You roasted its meat in front of it, isn't that humiliating? You can't be so shameless. It turns out that you are also so weak, it seems that I have overestimated you divine beasts." The inner demons shook its head, waved Chang Shui, and mercilessly slashed down. Blood splattered as Chang Shui directly entered the Holy Lion's mind. "Ao!" The Holy Lion howled miserably. For the first time, it felt the aura of death. The inner demons laughed, "Don't worry, after you die, I will take good care of your divine meat, such as marinating, roasting, stewing, you demon, I will fight it out with you." The Holy Lion roared crazily, and a destructive aura rushed out from its body. Although the Holy Lion's cultivation had not recovered to the level of a war emperor, as a pseudo-god, it could still self-destruct. "Do you think I will give you the chance to self-destruct?" The inner demon sneered, let go of Chang Shui, and then slapped the handle of Chang Shui's blade. The Chang Shui was like a sharp arrow, penetrating the Holy Lion's head from the front to the back, and blood spurted out like a fountain. And the sea of consciousness and soul were shattered on the spot. Bang! The Holy Lion immediately fell to the ground, dead, and breathed its last. "Damn it! Qin Feiyang, we will not let you go even if we become ghosts." Seeing that the Holy Lion was also killed by the inner demons, the Holy Eagle and Holy Python that were fighting with Dan Wangkai and Viper immediately flew into a rage. At the same time, their hearts were flooded with fear and despair. Facing the current Qin Feiyang, did they really have a chance of winning? Boom! Viper and Dan Wangkai looked at each other from a distance. Taking advantage of the Holy Eagle and Holy Python's distraction, they punched the two beasts' heads with all their strength. The two beasts immediately howled miserably and smashed into the ground below. For a moment, the ground cracked, and dust covered the sky. Who's next? At the same time, the inner demons grabbed Chang Shui, stood up, and looked at the two holy beasts and Dong Qing, with a strong bloody light in his eyes. Facing the inner demon's gaze, Dong Qing's body and mind trembled, and her face was pale. The two holy beasts were also trembling. He was too strong. The current Qin Feiyang was already ridiculously strong, and he also had the indestructible Chang Shui in his hand. How could they fight against him? In the end, the inner demon's gaze was fixed on the Holy Eagle. Boom! He stepped into the air and said coldly, 10,000 years ago, the first emperor was merciful and spared your lives. You should cherish it. Hee hee, the Holy Eagle laughed. But it was incomparably miserable. It seemed that this time, it was really the end of the road.